There's something about the wild that pulls us in. The silence, the promise of escape, the illusion of control. But when the trail disappears, when the compass falters and the light fades, that's when the wilderness reminds you who's really in charge. These are true wilderness survival stories, accounts of people who walked into nature and met something far colder than the elements. Some fought to make it out. Others were never found. Welcome to True Camping Stories, where every mistake has a cost, and nature always collects. My name is Harper Lang, and I have worked as a field geologist for 6 years, most of them in the Pacific Northwest. I've spent enough nights under Mount Rainier's shadow to know how the mountain changes character by the hour, how sunlight sharpens its ridges like glass, how fog drifts up the slopes until the trees look half drowned, how sound travels strangely in the high air. I've never been afraid of wilderness, only of underestimating it. But the day I lost Kira Thorne, my research partner and closest friend, I learned there's something worse than wilderness itself, the silence that follows when it stops behaving like the world you know. We were collecting data for a soil stability survey funded by the Park Service, focused on the Tahoma Creek drainage, a stretch of rugged, glacially carved terrain littered with unstable, moraine slopes and hidden meltwater streams. We'd camped 3 nights near the Indian Henry's hunting trail, staying just below the timber line, where the heather and mountain ash give way to scraggly subalpine firs. Our schedule was tight. A late-season snowstorm was forecast, and Kira, always impatient, wanted to finish the descent early to beat the weather. I remember her voice that morning, brisk and confident. "We'll be off the slope by noon, Harper. Easy drop, easy data. Don't overthink it." She always teased me about preparing. My pack was heavier with redundant gear, spare batteries, laminated maps, an emergency bivvy, while she trusted her GPS and sheer stamina. The mountain air was clean, crisp enough that breath fogged even in sunlight. We broke camp at 7 a.m., the slope below our site glinting with frost. Our descent route followed a narrow drainage line toward the Wonderland Trail, a path I knew well. The first hour passed uneventfully. The crunch of crampons and the soft squeak of snow beneath us. Occasionally, we'd pause to log coordinates on the tablet. Kira would mutter readings into her voice recorder. Elevation, slope angle, soil depth, while I marked flags. It felt ordinary, methodical. But halfway down the drainage, around an elevation of 200 feet, the air began to change. The temperature dropped sharply, though the sun was still high, and the forest below us looked darker than it should have been. Denser, like the light couldn't quite reach through. At 10:42 a.m., we reached a narrow gully choked with loose scree and melted-out snow patches. Kira led the way, GPS clipped to her shoulder strap. She turned once, grinning at me through her frost-dusted hair. "Halfway to hot coffee," she called. "You still with me?" "Barely," I said. "My pack weighs more than I do." She laughed and disappeared around a bend, where the trail pinched between 2 boulders. I followed less than a minute later, and she was gone. Not vanished in the cinematic sense, just absent. The sound of her boots on the rock was gone, the echo of her voice gone. Ahead, the gully opened into a small basin, maybe 30 meters across, lined with wind-stunted firs and drifts of dirty snow. No fresh prints, no movement. I shouted her name, the word muffled strangely by the air. My voice didn't echo, It just stopped. After 10 minutes of calling and scanning, I climbed the nearest rise and radioed her channel. Static. Then, faintly, her voice crackled through upper. I'm here. Just below the ridge. I can see your flag. Why are you climbing up? I froze. Because I wasn't climbing up. I was descending. Her coordinates pinged on the shared GPS feed a second later, and my stomach turned. Her location marker appeared behind me. 200 meters upslope, at the bend we'd already passed. I checked the signal again, assuming a glitch. The same coordinates held steady, the timestamp updating in real time. It showed her stationary, elevation matching the point we'd just cleared. I climbed back, heart hammering. The snow was unbroken except for our tracks leading down. No secondary prints returning up. I retraced all the way to the bend, scanning every hollow and clump of brush. Nothing. Only the wind. Soft and irregular. I called again, voice raw. Her reply came clearer this time, through the radio. You're walking the wrong way. I'm right ahead of you. I can see you moving. I spun in a slow circle. The slope around me was empty. My GPS beeped again. Same frozen coordinates. By 11:30, I'd opened my pack and pulled the emergency locator beacon. I logged our trail route and pinged her coordinates again. They hadn't changed by even a meter. The timestamp kept refreshing, as if she were standing still in one impossible place. When the first flakes of snow began to fall, I forced myself to descend. Search and rescue would be impossible if I froze up top. My rational brain tried to override the rest. GPS errors happen. The mountain bends signals. Kira's transmitter could have been damaged. But I couldn't explain the voice, the timing, the direction. Every time I spoke, the delay between her answers shortened, as if she were drawing closer through static. By early afternoon, I reached a stand of dense, subalpine firs that marked the true lower timberline. The visibility dropped to 50 feet. My compass twitched erratically, swinging 5 degrees off true north, then 8. I stopped, trying to steady it. The forest here had a sound, unlike in other rainier I'd known. A low, shifting creak beneath the wind, as if trunks were turning inside the soil. I tried calling Kira again. Her last message came fragmented, a whisper under static. Don't move wrong. Way below. Then silence. The GPS screen dimmed, battery icon full, signal strong. But her marker remained. Fixed. The same coordinates as before. Something in me broke at that point, the logic giving way to dread. I hiked back uphill again, driven by that primitive need to see with my own eyes. I found the same bend, the same untouched snow, my own returning prints ending exactly where they'd started. And there, at the center of the gully, stood one of our orange survey flags. Only one. I had planted 5 that morning. The others were gone. I crouched beside it. The tag tied to the flag fluttered weakly. It was one of Kira's. Her handwriting small, neat black Sharpie. But the date was wrong. It read October 12th, the day before. We'd only reached that elevation today. A fine tremor went through my hands. I pressed the radio transmit again. Kira, say something if you hear me. Static. Then faint laughter. Not panicked laughter, not mocking either. Just soft, ordinary. Like the kind you'd hear around a campfire. Then her voice, very calm. You shouldn't be below the timberline yet. That was when I turned and saw movement. Just a flicker. Down among the firs. It could have been anything, shifting shadow, falling snow, a bird lifting from a branch. But the shape was upright. Human height, pale against the dark trunks. I shouted, and it stilled. I ran down the slope toward it, branches clawing my jacket, snow grinding under my boots. When I reached the spot, there was no one. Only a line of depressions in the snow, faint, irregular. They didn't look like footprints. More like someone had pressed knees or elbows into the drift, as if crawling uphill. The line ended abruptly at a rotted log. On the other side, untouched snow again. I backed away, heart thudding. My GPS beeped once more. Her marker was still in the same place. Above me. The wind shifted. Through it came a sound I'll never forget, my own voice, echoing back from the slope, delayed by several seconds. Not a recording, not the radio. My actual words bouncing back wrong, drawn out, thinner. I clamped the radio off and kept walking until my legs burned. The snow deepened. Daylight faded into that muted gray that means a storm's coming fast. By 3 p.m., I found partial shelter under an overhang and set camp. My mind felt like it was sliding sideways, every sound a threat. I replayed the facts in my notebook, line by line. Kira last seen Tun 12 a.m. at 200 feet. Last GPS coordinate 4 Sigrid Forden 20 where 47W. Audio confirmed two-way contact after loss of visual. Subject reported seeing me at wrong orientation. Coordinate lock persisted despite movement. All logical anchors, but none explained the simplest question: how could her GPS show movement timestamps? Real-time updates. If she wasn't moving. That night, I didn't sleep. The storm hit around dusk, snow hammering against the tarp. I could hear the forest cracking under wind gusts. At 9:47 p.m., my radio came alive on its own, light flickering. Kira's voice again. "Harper, don't go lower. Stay above it." Then a second voice. Very faint, speaking the same words at the same time. Just a beat behind. Like an echo that forgot when to stop. When I woke the next morning, my GPS had logged a new point automatically, same coordinates, same elevation. But the timestamp was 3:12 a.m. The exact time I'd stopped breathing for a few seconds in my sleep because I thought something had touched my shoulder through the tent fabric. Outside, snow covered everything. The forest below the timberline was gone beneath white haze. Only one thing stood out against it: an orange flag half buried near the trees, too far from where I'd left any yesterday. And beside it, what looked like the outline of a boot print, small, narrow, pressed deep, and facing uphill. Morning came soundless. The snow had swallowed the forest so completely that even the wind seemed to move quieter. The first thing I did was unzip the tent flap and check the GPS again. Kira's coordinates still blinked steady. Same position, same elevation. Frozen in place like a pin stuck in time. It had now been over 24 hours since her last verified voice transmission. The probability that she was still at that point, alive and stationary, was almost zero. But logic had started to feel like a fragile compass on this mountain, spinning, steady, then spinning again. I packed slowly, forcing myself to move through the motion: stove, tent, data case. Every sound felt amplified by the still air. The orange flag I'd seen the night before was closer than I remembered. Just 30 paces downhill, half submerged under fresh powder. I brushed snow from it with my glove. It was hers again, labeled with her initials and yesterday's date. But the ink had bled as if it had been out longer than a night. The wind shifted uphill, carrying faint static from my radio, even though it was switched off. I didn't turn it on. I didn't want to hear my own voice coming back anymore. I began descending cautiously through the timberline, the snow reaching mid-calf. The trees here grew thin and twisted, the kind of firs that survive only by bending away from the weight of storms. Branches sagged with ice, creaking when the wind moved through them. I kept my GPS fixed to my chest strap, eyes on the path, repeating a small mantra under my breath. Downhill, north by northwest, cross Tahoma Creek, rejoin Wonderland Trail. Simple, linear, factual. But the forest didn't feel linear. Every 30 or 40 yards, I'd glance back and find my own trail already half faded, as though snow was filling it faster behind me than ahead. Once I saw what looked like two sets of prints, parallel to mine. I knelt to check. The second set was narrower, lighter, more deliberate. It trailed off where the ground dipped, disappearing into shadow. By mid-morning, fog thickened until visibility dropped to a few yards. I should have stopped, but I was driven by something brittle. Stubborn, guilt, maybe. I couldn't leave the mountain without knowing what had happened. Not to Kira. Not to the person who'd known every one of my bad habits and still trusted me to lead. I reached a cluster of boulders at about 400 feet, the fog so dense it felt like moving through breath. My GPS blinked red briefly, then resumed tracking. But something changed. Kira's coordinates began to move. Not far, just 50 meters downslope. Then another 20. Then they stopped again. I stared at the screen for a long time, throat dry. The timestamp updated normally, pulsing every few seconds. I waited, convinced it was just the device catching a better signal. But then it moved again uphill, this time. Erratic, back and forth. My first thought was that someone else had found her gear, maybe turned on her unit. That was possible. That was safe. I radioed the channel again, my voice steadier than I felt. Kira, if you hear me, respond. You might have triggered your GPS by accident. If someone else is using her unit, identify yourself. Static. Then a faint burst of wind. Then nothing. I marked her new position on my physical map and started moving. The descent path veered west along a snowed, over ridge above Tahoma Creek. Below me, through breaks in fog, I could glimpse the valley floor. Muted gray and white, the creek winding like a scar. I stayed near tree cover to avoid the avalanche runouts. The slope tilted dangerously, the snowpack brittle from freeze-thaw cycles. At one point I stopped to check my bearings and realized my compass needle was vibrating. Not spinning, just trembling faintly like it was caught between poles. I held it still, watching it quiver. The moment I looked up, I saw movement ahead through fog, a human outline, standing still between the trees. Everything in me surged forward before thought could stop it. "Kira!" I shouted. The figure didn't move. I slogged closer, snow crunching under my boots. 10 yards out, I could make out a red parka, half obscured by frost. Hers, same model, same gray beanie, but the head was tilted slightly to the side, as if listening. When I was close enough to see clearly, the figure stepped back and dissolved into fog like breath vanishing. I ran forward anyway, heart hammering, and nearly tripped over something, solid, buried beneath the snow. It was one of our survey poles, driven deep into the ground. Flagging tape torn. The tag read sample point C2 oct 10th. That was 2 days before we'd even arrived. I checked my GPS again. Her marker had shifted once more, this time to within 40 meters of where I stood. Same altitude. It stayed there, pulsing. I can't explain what I felt then. Some mix of dread and obligation. I began digging where the pole stood, using my small entrenching tool to clear snow and debris. The ground underneath was packed hard, ice mixed with soil. A meter down, I hit fabric, nylon, dark red. My pulse thudded in my ears. I uncovered a section of what looked like a torn jacket sleeve. I pulled gently until it gave, revealing the edge of a parka hood. I stopped. The air felt too thin to breathe. It was Kira's parka. But it wasn't buried with a body. Just the jacket, sleeves stiff, inner lining shredded as if clawed or torn open from the inside. No blood, no drag marks, no collapse of snow around it. I checked my GPS again. Her coordinate hadn't moved. The fog pressed closer, so dense now that sound itself seemed dampened. I thought I heard my name, faint and wrong, carried through the trees. Not shouted, just spoken conversationally, as though someone were standing directly behind me. Harper. I turned sharply. No one there. Only the fog and a slow drift of snow falling from the branches above. Then came the radio hiss. A channel clicked alive on its own. Below, timberline. Her voice again, stretched thin, words cutting in and out. Don't follow down. Then silence so thick I could hear my own pulse. I remember whispering, without meaning to. I'm not below it yet. But maybe I was. The tree line above me was gone from sight, buried in fog. I had no visual bearings anymore. Only the blinking light of my GPS and the low pitch of wind against the snow. I packed the torn parka into my bag and turned north, trying to retrace. My mind had switched fully to survival, locate orientation, find altitude marker, regain high ground. But no matter which direction I moved, my GPS elevation stayed fixed at 400 feet. I climbed until my calves screamed, but the number didn't change. By 2 p.m., exhaustion made me reckless. I started calling her name again, over and over, each time softer, until my voice cracked. And every few minutes, a faint return call came through the fog, always 1 or 2 syllables late, echoing like a mimic learning the words by ear. At 30:40, I reached what looked like the edge of a small clearing. The snow was thinner here, patches of frozen soil visible. In the center stood another survey flag. Not orange this time, white, almost invisible against the snow. No tag, no writing. I brushed it off. Beneath the snow line around it, the soil was bare, damp but not frozen. A small circle about 6 feet wide. Perfectly round, as if snow refused to settle there. I stepped back instinctively. The air above it felt warmer by a few degrees, like heat radiating from the ground. My GPS beeped twice. Kira's marker flickered, then jumped, this time beneath my position. Depth reading displayed for the first time. 3m. 3 meters below surface. The timestamp updated continuously. I stared at it for a long time, trying to process what that meant. GPS depth readings can misfire near cliffs or overhangs, but we weren't near either. The terrain here was uniform slope, no crevices, no lava tubes. Just packed snow and glacial sediment. Still. I knelt and drove my ice axe into the center of the circle. It sank too easily, cutting through to soil with barely any resistance. I twisted it once, pulled it free, and found moisture on the shaft. Not water. Darker, thicker. I wiped it on snow and watched the white melt around it, faint steam rising for a second before vanishing. Something under that ground was warm, or alive. I backed away, breathing hard, trying to convince myself to climb, to leave it alone until search teams arrived. But curiosity is a trap for people like me. Rational minds always want closure, proof. So I reached for the radio again. Kira, if you can hear me, I'm at 400, near the creek ridge. Your signal reads 3 meters below ground. I'm not going to dig unless... The radio cut in mid-sentence. Her voice came through, overlapping mine perfectly, speaking the same words back a fraction later. Then a whisper layered beneath both voices, softer, slower, repeating just one line. You shouldn't be below the timberline yet. The channel died. That was when the snow under my boots shifted. Not caved, not cracked. Just settled, like something beneath had exiled. I ran, didn't look back, climbed until my legs turned to fire and my lungs scraped raw. When I finally stopped, I was surrounded by the crooked silhouettes of firs again. The fog was thinning into evening light, dim gold breaking through. I could see the slope below, faint trails where I'd been, already filling. My GPS showed no markers now. Her coordinate had vanished. Only one line of text remained on the screen, blinking where her icon used to be. Signal lost, 17:01:32, and directly beneath that, a new entry, new device found, 17:01:33, location match, my own coordinates. The phrase on the GPS screen, new device found, location match, blinked in steady rhythm, as if waiting for me to acknowledge it. For a long time, I just stood there, the wind stinging my face, my breath turning shallow. Every instinct said to power the thing off and walk. But instead I pressed enter, because some part of me needed to see what match. The map refreshed, drawing a red ring around my position. Then another icon appeared, identical to my own marker, overlapping it perfectly. Two signals occupying the same point. I watched them pulse together. That was when the air changed. The silence I'd grown used to, dense, absolute, broke. Somewhere upslope, the trees gave a single sharp crack like wood splitting. Then nothing. Then another, closer. The mountain was shifting again, the forest settling after the storm, I told myself. But the rhythm was wrong. 3 cracks. Pause. 2. A pattern. I packed the GPS, slung my bag, and started uphill. The fog had thinned to streaks. Light from the sinking sun painted everything a bruised orange. My plan was simple now. Make it back above 60, 200 feet before nightfall. I'd leave a beacon. Radio for help once I had signal line of sight. Get off the mountain. Leave the mystery buried where it belonged. But as I climbed, the forest refused to open the way it should. The grade was steeper, angles sharper. I couldn't recognize any of the rock formations or clearings we'd mapped on ascent. When I stopped to check the compass, it spun one full turn before pointing south. South, even though I was facing uphill. By the time I reached a narrow plateau of hard snow and basalt, daylight was bleeding out fast. The wind carried flakes sideways, and my footprints filled within seconds. I set up the emergency bivvy, hands numb. Then I realized something. There were already impressions in the snow beneath the fresh fall. Boot prints. 2 sets. They circled the little plateau, then met near where I stood. Both sets matched the tread pattern of our gear issue. One large, mine. One smaller, hers. But Kira had never reached this far downslope. I dropped to one knee, tracing the edge of one print. It was sharp, recent. The snow inside hadn't crusted over. The trail led toward the edge of the slope, where the plateau fell away into mist. I walked to the rim and looked down. Below, maybe 50 feet, was a darker patch in the snow, shaped like a depression. No tracks led away. The wind rose, a slow, low howl that carried words if I let it. It wasn't language, not really, more cadence. The rise and fall of someone murmuring at a distance. I switched on my headlamp and scanned the slope. That's when I saw color. Half buried at the edge of the hollow below was red fabric, bright, unmistakable against the white. I leaned out farther. It was another jacket, identical to the one I'd already found. My pulse climbed so hard I felt dizzy. I knew what I should do. Mark the coordinates, wait for daylight. Report it later. But my body was already moving. I anchored my rope to a stump, clipped the harness, and began lowering myself down the icy face. The snow gave way under my boots, sloughing off in sheets. Each descent brought the fabric closer, more distinct. It wasn't fluttering. It was still. When I reached the hollow, the air temperature rose noticeably. My breath stopped fogging. The snow line ended in a smooth ring of damp earth, same as the one I'd found earlier. The red parka lay in the center. I crouched, headlamp beam trembling across it. This one wasn't empty. I saw gloved hands folded across the chest. No movement. No breath. I hesitated, then reached out, gripping the shoulder through layers of ice and nylon. The moment I did, the head tilted toward me. Eyes open. For a heartbeat, I thought it was her. Then I saw my own reflection in the pupils. Two figures where there should have been one. The face was pale, features soft but wrong, like something approximating her rather than being her. The jaw hung slightly open, as if caught mid-breath. The GPS on my chest beeped once. Then the two icons merged completely into one. I stumbled back, slipped on the wet earth. The thing in the jacket didn't move, but the air around it rippled faintly, like heat rising off asphalt. I could smell metal, ozone, and something faintly sweet. Then her voice, clear as daylight, right next to me. "You came below the timberline." I turned, light swinging wild. No one there. When I faced the hollow again, the body was gone. Only the empty jacket remained, lying flat, steaming faintly. My rope shivered, the line above tightening once, twice, as though someone up top had grabbed it. Then slack. I started climbing immediately. Breath loud inside my hood. Every few feet I'd hear the rope drag, like another climber moving in tandem, weightless but deliberate. Halfway up, my radio crackled alive. "Harper," said my voice, not Kira's, mine. "Stay below the timberline." I ripped the radio from my harness and hurled it downslope. The echo that came back wasn't an echo. It was a whisper, a dozen repetitions, each quieter, trailing into the trees below. By the time I reached the top, full dark had fallen. The plateau was empty except for my own prints. One set, not two. The GPS blinked blank now. No coordinates, no map. Just one line across the screen searching for signal. The mountain had gone silent again. I made camp under a leaning fir. Built a small fire out of spite more than warmth. The flames licked blue from the damp wood. For hours, nothing moved. My thoughts looped in fragments. Her laughter on the trail, her voice over the radio. The way the GPS insisted she'd never left that one impossible coordinate. At some point past midnight, the fire began to die, and I heard snow falling in rhythmic bursts. Not the soft hiss of flakes, but distinct drops, spaced evenly. As though something were stepping carefully, just beyond the circle of light. I lifted my headlamp. The beam caught shapes in the dark. 5 or 6 faint impressions forming in the snow, one after another, as if an invisible climber were descending an unseen path toward me. They stopped 10 feet away. The radio, which I'd thrown down the slope hours ago, crackled again from inside my pack. Static, then my voice repeating a fragment. "Stay above, stay above." I switched it off. Didn't help. The words kept going fainter, from outside now, like someone whispering them along the wind. I waited for dawn, eyes open, pulse steady from sheer exhaustion. When the first gray light came, the prints were still there. but now they led uphill toward the timberline. I followed them. By late morning, the forest began to thin, sunlight finally hitting the snow in wide slants. My GPS powered back on by itself, loading the map from memory. Only one coordinate remained, blinking faintly, the original one. 200 feet. The bend where I'd last seen her alive. It should have taken 2 hours to reach. It took 6. Every turn looked familiar until it wasn't. Landmarks shifted just enough to confuse memory. The same boulder in 2 places, the same snagged branch twice. When I finally stumbled into the gully, I recognized the flag I'd found on that first day. It was still there, half buried. But now a second one stood beside it, same tag, same date. 2 identical markers in the same patch of snow. I radioed one last time. Voice barely above a whisper. Kira, if you hear this, I'm leaving the beacon and heading out. I can't stay below anymore. For a moment, there was only static. Then, so faint I thought I imagined it, came her voice, clearer than it had ever been. You're not below, Harper. You're right here? Something shifted behind me. A crunch of snow, measured, human. I turned, but all I saw were trees, their shadows stretching long in the morning light. My GPS chimed once more. Signal acquired. The coordinate had changed again. Not hers. Mine. And beside it, in faint gray text, a new note. Paired device HLO2. That was my ID number. Below it, one more entry appeared. Timestamp that very moment, status stationary. I tried walking. The reading didn't change. I walked faster. Breath fogging, the screen still pulsing the same coordinate. No matter which direction I went, it stayed fixed. As if the mountain had pinned me to one invisible spot. When I finally looked up from the screen, I realized I was standing back at the same gully. The flags, the snow, everything unchanged. The wind had stopped again. For a long time I stood there, listening, hoping to hear her voice one last time. The silence felt almost kind. Then my GPS flickered once, the light dimming, before shutting off entirely. Somewhere in the trees above, something answered the silence. A slow echo of metal striking rock, faint and steady, like the ping of a climbing axe finding purchase. Then again. Each sound farther upslope, climbing toward the timberline, until it faded completely. I started walking after it, but the snow was too deep, my legs too heavy. Every step sank, the slope pulling me down instead of letting me climb. The last thing I remember clearly was the light fading in quick strokes, the air thinning, my own heartbeat mixing with the mountain's hush. When the rescue team found my camp 3 days later, they reported the tent half collapsed, stove intact, GPS powered off. They followed one set of tracks up the ridge, mine. But halfway up, a second set appeared alongside. The prints ended abruptly at the timberline. They never found Kira Thorne. My own GPS unit was recovered, but the data file was corrupted. Only one log entry remained readable, record automatically after battery failure, device HLO2 located. Status below timberline. My name is Victor Hale, and I've worked search and rescue in Coconino County for 7 years before I ever thought I'd need rescuing myself. The irony doesn't escape me now, sitting in the dark canyon and writing this by headlamp, waiting for a response that might never come. I used to tell rookies that the Grand Canyon doesn't care if you're experienced. It eats confidence first, then it eats time. The descent started clean. I'd planned it too. Day solo route from Hermit Trail down to the Tonta Plateau, then loop west toward Bocher Creek. I'd done it before. Dry heat, shale underfoot, that red-brown powder that clings to skin like rust. I carried 4 liters of water, flare kit, and a Garmin in reach for GPS tracking. Everything by the book. The first mistake wasn't the route. It was the hour. I left too late, telling myself I'd make camp near the creek before full dark. But twilight in the canyon is a trickster. Shadows fall twice as fast between those walls. By the time I hit the lower switchbacks, the light was gone. I turned on my headlamp and realized the slope had changed since last spring. A section of the trail had slumped away, leaving a drop of maybe 15 feet. It didn't look bad, and I could see the continuation below, so I started down carefully. The ground gave way under my right boot halfway down. The slide was fast and rough. Dust rocked the scrape of nylon tearing. I landed hard on my left shoulder, rolled once, and stopped against a ledge. At first, I thought I was fine. No broken bones, just a stiff arm and grit in my teeth. Then I looked back up. The ledge I'd fallen from loomed overhead, slanted inward so there was no easy way to climb. The GPS had flown from my pack during the fall. Its screen was cracked, the antenna bent. I had 1 bar on my phone, enough to send a message that never delivered. I told myself not to panic. I'd trained others not to. But the canyon at night changes something in the mind. The silence feels inhabited. Every sound becomes directional. Every shadow deepens until it's almost solid. I followed the faint outline of the trail downstream, thinking I might intersect another road or a cairn. Within 20 minutes, I knew I was off track. The ground turned from packed trail dust to sharp limestone chunks, then to loose scree that slid with every step. I paused, trying to orient by the distant rim. No stars visible. Clouds had crept in without sound. The beam of my headlamp hit the canyon walls in narrow sweeps, red and gold streaked with black. When I switched it off, the dark was total. I sat and forced myself to think through the checklist: signal, shelter, water, warmth. The flare gun was the only certain way to mark my location. I'd packed 3 single-shot marine flares, bright enough to burn for 40 seconds and visible for miles. If anyone was monitoring, they'd see it. The wind had stilled, the canyon air heavy and metallic. I waited until my breathing slowed, then fired the first flare. The light burst open like a second sun, staining the walls blood red. For a moment I saw the shape of everything: ridges, gullies, the faint silver thread of the creek below. The flare hissed upward, slow at first, then drifted toward the canyon's western lip. I turned in a slow circle, scanning for a mirror flash, headlamp blink, anything. Nothing moved. When the flare burned out, the dark seemed darker than before. I sat there listening to the echo fade down the stone corridors. That's when I realized there was another sound under it. A faint, almost polite clatter of rock, like pebbles kicked by a boot. It came from somewhere above the ledge I'd fallen from. I lifted the beam of my headlamp. The wall was empty. It could have been debris loosened by the flare's echo. That happens. But the sound had rhythm. 3 steps, a pause, 2 steps more. Then silence. I called out, "Hello."
I'm down here.
My voice ricocheted up and back, hollow, broken. No reply. I waited 5 minutes before I fired the second flare. This time I aimed it more vertically, hoping it might arc high enough for a ranger outpost or a passing hiker. It burst overhead, scattering sparks that floated down slow. And again, that strange awareness, like someone was watching the color spread. When the light dimmed, I caught a flash near the ledge. Not the flare's glow, a reflection, a momentary glint of white. It was gone as fast as it appeared, but I knew the canyon's textures well enough to know stone doesn't glint unless metal's involved. I shouted again, "Hey!"
Down here.
No response. But the scraping resumed, closer this time. I thought maybe another hiker had seen the flare and was trying to reach me. That hope lasted right up until I noticed the direction of the sound. It was moving down the vertical rock face, not along a trail. Like someone climbing without light. I tilted the beam upward again and held it steady. The slope was steep enough that only pieces of wall were visible, but midway up, the beam caught a pale smear. A hand gripping the rock, skin reflecting light just enough to show the knuckles. "Hey," I yelled. The hand jerked back, quick as if it had been waiting for the signal. The rocks tumbled again, then nothing. I kept the light fixed on that spot for nearly a minute. The stone was bare. I could hear my pulse louder than the wind. After another stretch of silence, I turned the beam away and backed up until my pack hit the canyon wall. The rational part of me said I'd startled a bighorn sheep, or maybe a climber who didn't want to reveal himself. But the canyon wasn't known for night climbers, and I'd seen enough skin to know it wasn't fur. The temperature dropped fast after that, mid-40s, maybe lower. I found a small alcove sheltered from the wind and settled in, wrapping my tarp tight. My shoulder throbbed where I'd landed earlier. I could still hear tiny rocks shifting somewhere beyond the alcove's edge. Once, I thought I heard a low whistle, but it might have been wind catching in the cracks. Around midnight, lightning flickered far off, throwing quick light across the canyon rim. I used the moment to check my bearings. The reflection from earlier seemed impossible now, too far above for anyone to reach so quickly. I almost convinced myself I'd imagined it, until I noticed the faint smell of burned powder in the air, like the flare had gone off again. But all 3 cartridges were accounted for, 2 spent, 1 unused, still sealed. I must have dozed because I woke with my headlamp dimming to its last bar. The world was a narrow cone of gray. I thought I heard water nearby and followed the sound, careful with each step. It turned out to be a small trickle from a seep in the rock wall. I filled my canteen and sat listening. The canyon was quiet now, almost unnaturally so. No insects, no distant wind. Just the slow drip and my own breathing. When I looked back toward my alcove, something caught the edge of my vision. A shape stood where I'd been resting. Still vertical, the same pale tone as the rock. My first thought was that it was a tree limb, or tall stone column. But there were no trees down here, and the ledge was bare. I raised the dying headlamp, and the shape leaned slightly, as if matching the movement. I froze. The light guttered once, then went black. For maybe 30 seconds, I stood blind, listening. The air had changed, denser somehow, carrying a faint hum, almost electrical. Then came the click of pebbles again, closer, deliberate. I backed up until the wall stopped me. My fingers brushed cold stone, and something rough carved into it. In the faint starlight that filtered through the clouds, I could just make out a mark etched into the wall. It wasn't a natural fissure. It was straight, deliberate. A triangle with a line through it. The rescue signal for trapped. But I hadn't carved it. My throat tightened. I remembered a story one of the rangers told about old rescue marks dating back to the 1960s, etched by lost hikers who'd never been found. He said, sometimes they reappeared in new places, carved into walls where no one had gone since. I'd laughed at the time. Now it didn't seem funny. I turned the headlamp back on, barely aglow, and swept it once more over the alcove. Empty. The shape was gone. I stayed awake until dawn bled faint blue into the canyon. No further sounds, no movement. Just that still hum under the air, like static waiting for current. When the light finally reached my side of the wall, I saw new marks below the triangle. 3 parallel scratches, raw and pale against the red stone. I packed what I could and started climbing east, hoping to reach the plateau by mid-morning. My shoulder screamed, my water low, but the sun's return felt like safety. Halfway up, I paused to rest and looked back. From that height, the alcove below was clearly visible. And there, in the fresh sunlight, was a thin trail of red dust, too straight to be natural, leading from where I'd slept to the base of the wall, stopping exactly beneath the rescue mark. When I lifted my head to scan farther, something flashed again from the ledge above. Same glint, same brief reflection. It blinked once, like an intentional signal, then vanished. I told myself it was just the sun on a rock face. That's what I still tell myself. But I'm writing this because I can't shake the thought that I answered someone's signal that night. And it wasn't meant for me. By the time the sun cleared the eastern rim, the air had already turned hard with heat. I'd made maybe 300 vertical feet of progress since dawn. My shoulder ached from pulling myself up sections where the trail had all but vanished. The Grand Canyon plays tricks with distance. What looks like an hour's climb can take half a day. Still, the light helped. I could finally see where the rock slanted into a series of shelves leading to the Tonta platform. The scratches I'd seen on the wall haunted every step. I kept trying to reason it out. Maybe some miner's mark, or a rescue symbol from another team. The pattern didn't fit anything standard, though. Too clean, too shallow. Like someone had dragged metal across stone recently. My water was half gone. I rationed sips, keeping the trickle from the seep back up in my head. If I could reach the plateau, I might find the Tonta trail again and reorient by known landmarks. I told myself that as I climbed, repeating it like a litany. The canyon was silent except for the scrape of my boots and the occasional stone rolling into the depths. I was maybe 200 feet from the next level when the first echo reached me. A single sharp crack like a flare discharging. I froze, turned, scanned the open air. The flare had gone up somewhere west of my position, red against the pale sky. For one impossible second, I thought rescue. Then the angle registered wrong. It had risen from deep within the canyon floor, not from the rim or plateau. Too low for a ranger team. Too quick a burst. I watched it burn and fade. The echo of its hiss reached me late, stretched thin by distance. And there, right at the end of that sound, came something else. A faint metallic scrape, like the sound I'd heard the night before. I told myself it could be coincidence. Someone else hiking, another lost camper firing a signal. Still, every hair on my arm stood up. I moved faster, pushing the injured shoulder until it burned. When I reached the next shelf, I took a breath and looked back. The ledge where I'd slept was invisible now, lost in shadow. But the flare's smoke lingered low, curling against the canyon wall. Smoke shouldn't linger that way in open air. It moved as though following the rock face, hugging it in a slow spiral. I forced my eyes away and focused on the climb. The plateau wasn't far. The slope leveled briefly into a narrow bench, with scattered scrub. From there I could see out across the basin, endless layers of red and ochre, heat already blurring the far rim. Then I noticed something that didn't belong. Near the base of the next rise, maybe 100 yards ahead, sat a piece of equipment. Shiny, square-edged. It looked like a rescue pack. I approached carefully, boots sliding in gravel. As I got closer, the logo became clear. A faded patch reading SAR 7. That was the tag for a search and rescue unit out of Flagstaff. My unit. I crouched. Touched the fabric. It was sun-bleached but not brittle, seams intact. Inside were a coiled rope, an empty water bladder, and a flare gun identical to mine. The serial numbers on the handle had been worn off. The pack shouldn't have been here. I knew every recovery record from the past 5 years. No packs lost in this sector. No incidents. Logged near Hermit Creek beyond routine calls. My stomach turned cold. I set the pack down and stepped back, scanning the ground for prints. Nothing recent. Just faint disturbances in the dust. Impossible to read. I almost left the pack there, but something about it felt wrong to abandon. I slung it over my good shoulder and continued toward the rise. That's when the radio crackled. It came from inside the old pack. I stopped dead. The noise was faint, static, then a low voice cutting through. I dropped the bag fast and unzipped the side pocket. There was a handheld transceiver, older model, still lit with a green LED. The battery indicator showed nearly full. The voice came again, muffled by distortion. Victor. Copy. Copy what? I said, pressing transmit. This is Victor Hale, Coconino Sayar. I'm in the Grand Canyon, Hermit Sector. Who is this? Static. Then faint breathing. Do not signal again. The words were clear enough that I felt them more than heard them. What? Identify yourself. A long pause followed. I could hear the wind moving on their end, or maybe mine. Then, we saw you. The transmission cut. The LED went dark. I stared at the device for a long minute before clipping it to my belt. My own radio was dead after the fall. If this one worked intermittently, I couldn't afford to lose it. Still, the chill in my chest didn't fade. I kept moving until midday, when the heat grew brutal enough to shimmer the air. I found a narrow cleft with some shade and sat to rest. The canyon below stretched like an open wound. From this height, I could see faint tracks. Maybe burrow trails, maybe runoff scars. No sign of human movement. When I pulled out my canteen, a flash from below caught my eye. Not sunlight this time. A brief pulse. 3 flashes in sequence, then silence. It was the same rhythm used for a distress signal, 3 short. 3 long, 3 short. So us. But whoever sent it had timed the pauses wrong. Slightly too slow. Almost like an imitation of the pattern. I raised my mirror and angled it toward the direction of the flash. 3 quick tilts in reply. The canyon didn't answer. Minutes passed. Then, faintly, I heard the scrape again. The same soft steps of falling rock. I pressed my back to the cliff and scanned the slope below. Nothing moved. But dust drifted in a line, as if something had just passed through. The heat wavered the edges of the scene, making the world ripple. I blinked and saw a figure, or maybe the outline of one, standing among the red stones where the flashes had come from. Motionless, facing my direction. I lifted my binoculars, hands shaking. The lenses caught the glare, and for an instant, I thought I saw details: pale skin, dark clothing, no hat, standing too still. Then the mirage broke and the figure was gone. When I lowered the binoculars, the air below was empty again. I packed up fast and pushed toward the ridge. Every few minutes I looked back. The sense of being watched followed like a physical weight. It wasn't fear exactly, more like recognition. The way a rescuer feels when the missing person turns out to have been closer all along. By late afternoon, clouds gathered again, flattening the light. I reached a narrow spine of rock that led toward the plateau proper. Wind tore through, carrying the smell of ozone. I knew storms could build fast here. Lightning kills more hikers than falls some years. I decided to make temporary camp in a small depression behind the ridge. The second I unpacked the spare tarp, the radio clicked alive again. Vic signal C. The voice was the same, quiet, almost careful. This is Hale. Who is this? I need coordinates. No response. Just static that slowly shaped itself into faint background noise, like distant movement. Steps, rustling, I couldn't tell. Then the words again. Drawn out, slower, turn around. I froze. The canyon behind me was empty. The light had gone strange, flat, like the sun was behind smoke. Identify yourself, I said. This is an emergency channel. Nothing. The radio hissed, then popped and went silent. I stood there too long, scanning the empty rock. My body wanted to run, my mind wouldn't let me. I've trained myself not to react to panic, but something deeper than fear had settled in. The sense that I was intruding on something old, something that had already seen me and decided I belonged here now. As dusk fell, I built a small fire behind the ridge. The smoke rose in thin ribbons, carried east. For the first time since the fall, I saw stars between clouds. They looked distant and cold. I decided to fire the last flare just before full dark, to mark position if anyone was searching from the rim. I waited until the wind dropped and aimed straight up. The flare hissed out, blooming red against the violet sky. For a moment, it was beautiful. Then I noticed something impossible. Another flare rose from the canyon floor almost simultaneously. Same color, same angle. It mirrored mine perfectly, as though reflected. I watched them climb together, twin arcs crossing midair. My heart hammered. When the light faded, both trails left faint smoke that twisted into a single spiral, rising before dissipating. I didn't sleep that night. Every few minutes, the radio clicked softly, though no voice followed. Once, near midnight, I thought I heard someone whistling below the ridge. Slow, deliberate, repeating a melody I didn't recognize. I kept the fire small and steady until dawn's first light spilled over the rim. The canyon returned to its daytime silence, innocent again. When I finally looked toward the depression where I'd slept, I saw something drawn in the dust beside my pack. 3 symbols, a triangle with a line through it, and below it, the same 3 parallel scratches from the wall. They hadn't been there the night before. I wiped them away with the heel of my boot and told myself I'd imagined it. That wind and loose rock can make patterns. But when I picked up the radio again, the LED flashed once and a faint whisper leaked through, barely audible over static. Still watching. Morning in the canyon feels like waking inside a furnace before it's lit. The air is cool but waiting to burn. I broke camp fast, barely tasting the last of my water. The radio hung dead at my belt, though I kept it on out of habit. The same way you keep a hand on a wound you can't treat. The climb ahead was brutal. 1,000 vertical feet to the rim, by rough guess. I told myself it was the last stretch. Once I reached the upper switchbacks, I could find the main hermit trail and maybe a ranger relay point. I knew the terrain by heart. Still, I couldn't shake the sense that something else was matching my pace, always just beyond sight. By the second hour, the heat started to press down. Shadows thinned, and the wind that came through the side ravines carried dust that stung the skin. Every so often I'd hear small stones drop behind me, like something light-footed testing its weight. When I turned, nothing. Just the endless terraces of red rock, layered and patient. At the halfway mark, I stopped for shade beneath a limestone overhang. The ledge was narrow but gave a decent view of the canyon below. Bands of color, smoke, like haze over the river, and a bright scar of dust where a flare might have landed. I tried the radio again. Static, then, faintly, a single tone. High, sharp, mechanical. I stared at the display. No signal light. Just the tone pulsing once every few seconds. It wasn't random. The rhythm matched that same slow cess I'd seen from below the previous day. 3 short, 3 long, 3 short. The pattern continued for nearly a minute before fading out. I waited. No voice followed. I turned the unit off, then on again. This time the LED blinked in perfect time, with the phantom signal. As I watched, a new sound leaked through, whispering, layered voices overlapping. My name, Victor. Down here. Don't leave. Each repetition came from a slightly different pitch, almost harmonized, like echoes from different canyon walls. I dropped the radio. The sound continued even after it hit the ground. I kicked it away, hard. It clattered down the slope, bounced once and vanished. The whispering cut out. When I finally stepped back into the open sun, my vision swam. Heat waves rose from the rocks, twisting the air. I could smell metal again. Burnt powder, the same scent that followed each flare. My shirt stuck to my back. I pressed on. By mid-afternoon, the rim felt close. I could see a faint line of juniper, trees above the upper layer of sandstone. Every muscle screamed, but the sight of vegetation pulled me forward. I was maybe 100 feet from the first spack when I saw movement ahead. At first it looked like another hiker. Someone descending. They stood at the curve of the trail, outlined against the sun, one arm raised as if shielding their eyes. Relief hit me so fast it almost hurt. "Hey," I shouted. My voice cracked. "Hey, down here." The figure didn't move. I waved both arms. "I'm Hale! Search and rescue!" "I need assistance." Still nothing. The light shimmered around them, blurring details. I could tell only that they were tall, wearing something dark that hung close to the body. I started climbing faster. Every few steps I looked up again, expecting them to call back or start down to meet me. But with each glance, they seemed slightly shifted. First closer to the edge, then farther left, like the image had been repainted between blinks. At 60 feet, the shape turned and began to walk away from the rim. The motion was slow, deliberate, without sound. "Wait," I yelled. They stopped. Then they raised an arm straight up, like signaling for attention. A flare burst from the same spot, red and blinding against the pale sky. I stumbled back, throwing an arm over my eyes. The flare hissed above me, trailing white smoke that curled downward instead of up. When I looked again, the figure was gone. But the flare hadn't faded. It hovered midair, barely moving, burning too long. Longer than any model I'd ever used. Its smoke coiled thick and black now, sinking toward the slope where I stood. The air filled with that electric hum again, vibrating through my teeth. The canyon walls pulsed faintly, color deepening like wet clay. I tried to move, but my legs felt heavy, every motion sluggish. The smoke reached me, carrying that metallic smell stronger than before. Inside it, shapes flickered, human outlines shifting in and out, like reflections in warped glass. I could hear voices again, clearer this time, all speaking over one another. Signal received. Do not leave. Stay where the light falls. I forced myself forward, lungs burning. The smoke parted briefly, and I saw something impossible etched into the rock. Beside the trail, hundreds of small triangles, each crossed with a single line. Every one identical to the rescue mark I'd found on the wall below. Some were carved deep, others barely scratched, as if by fingernails. I ran. The slope tilted steeper than I remembered, but adrenaline made it light. I scrambled up the last ledge and dragged myself onto the plateau, just as the flare behind me guttered out. The silence that followed was absolute. The rim stretched empty in both directions. No sign of the figure, no boot prints, nothing but wind and scattered scrub. I fell to my knees, coughing on dust. For the first time since the fall, I could see the full sky. Blue, unbroken, no smoke. My watch said 3:12 p.m. The time felt wrong. It should have been later. I stayed there, letting the wind cool my face. When I finally stood, I noticed something strange on the ground near my boots, a small metal object half buried in sand. I picked it up. It was a flare casing, same model as mine, same serial pattern. But the markings etched into its side weren't factory stamps. Someone had carved letters into the metal VO1. My initials. I dropped it fast, heart pounding. It wasn't mine. I'd never marked my equipment that way. I turned in a slow circle, scanning the rimline. The canyon below looked peaceful, even beautiful. No hint of what had happened. I started east along the plateau, aiming for the known route to Hermit's Rest. My legs felt hollow, but automatic. Every few minutes, I'd catch the faint echo of a flare popping far behind me. Always distant, always delayed. By evening, I saw the silhouette of a ranger tower in the distance. Relief mixed with exhaustion. The place looked abandoned at first. No smoke from the chimney, no motion. But the door was open. I stepped inside and nearly laughed with sheer disbelief. The interior was stripped bare except for a single metal table and a radio unit, old enough to predate digital models. A thin wire antenna ran through a hole in the wall. I switched it on. Static filled the room, warm and constant. Then a voice, faint but unmistakable. Victor Hale. Do you copy? Repeat, Victor Hale. It was my own voice. Every syllable matched tone and cadence perfectly, like playback from a recording. Lost near Hermit Creek. Fired 2 flares requesting extraction. My stomach dropped. I remembered saying those words 2 nights earlier, before the fall. The message had never sent. Yet here it was, repeating from an analog system that shouldn't even have memory. The broadcast looped twice, then stopped. The radio clicked once more, and another voice took its place. Lower, quieter, carrying the same cadence but not mine. Signal received. The power light died. The room fell silent again. I don't remember sitting down, but I must have. The sun dipped below the rim, shadows stretching across the floor. The same marks I'd seen on the canyon walls. Triangles, lines, were faintly visible in the dust near the threshold, drawn with something sharp. I stayed there until full dark, unable to move. Somewhere beyond the tower, down in the black distance, another flare bloomed red. It was answered by one closer, rising straight up from the canyon rim, not far from where I sat. When both lights faded, the night filled with that soft electrical hum. Once more, vibrating through the floorboards, through my chest. I picked up the flare gun, the last one I hadn't used, and stepped outside. The canyon yawned open below, vast and empty. I thought of the other signals, the mirrored arcs, the voice saying we saw you. Maybe I'd been the one answering all along. Maybe the canyon was just repeating what I'd sent into it. I aimed the flare high and fired. The light tore open the sky, red washing over the stone like blood on water. And down below, 100 matching flares ignited, one after another, spreading through the canyon in perfect imitation, each one rising to meet mine before burning out in unison. The last thing I remember was the sound of them hissing, all together, forming a single endless note. Then darkness again, deep and final. My name is Emma Cho. I am 31 years old, a field technician for a small environmental survey firm based in Pasadena. And I have never been more careful about water in my life than I was that week in the Angeles National Forest. The irony is that my caution still wasn't enough. Our company had been contracted to gather soil and moisture samples along a section of old burned scar near Mentee Waterman, north of La Cayeta Flintridge. It was late August, dry heat split, the kind of week where even the lizards looked sluggish on the rocks. I'd planned for a 3-day solo data sweep before meeting my team again down near Chilao Campground. I packed light but methodically. 2 liters of bottled water, a purification pump, iodine tablets as backup, a topo map folded in a waterproof sleeve, my Garmin GPS, and a radio I'd borrowed from the office. Day 1 went smoothly. The terrain was all shale ridges and brittle pine roots that snapped under my boots, but there was rhythm in it. I worked slow and steady, setting soil probes, marking samples, noting coordinates. Around sunset, I camped beside a drainage that hadn't held water in months. The air smelled like dust and hot iron, and when the wind blew through the burned out trees, it sounded like paper tearing. By dawn the next morning, my canteen was half gone. The temperature had climbed before the sun fully cleared the ridgeline. I calculated my pace and distance. If I pushed to the next waypoint and looped back toward the truck, I'd reach it before dark. I told myself I could ration what was left. I didn't. Heat dulls judgment. I remember stopping to chew on a granola bar, mouth too dry to swallow properly, and thinking how the horizon shimmered strangely. Edges of rocks warping like heat lines on asphalt. It was probably just exhaustion. Still, it made me uneasy. By early afternoon, my GPS began flickering, struggling to hold signal through the canyons. I hiked on instinct, following old survey flags until the wind shredded one right off its wire. I paused to rest in the shade of a dead cedar, the bark charred to soft charcoal under my fingertips. That was when the first cramp hit, deep in my calves, the kind that announces dehydration. I checked my bottle, 4 swallows left. My shirt was stiff with salt. I told myself to stay calm. Dehydration spirals fast if you panic. I scanned the terrain, sloped valleys, the ghost of a creek bed cutting east. My map showed a seasonal pond, maybe half a mile away, small enough it might have shrunk to mud. But even mud meant moisture. I packed up and headed downslope. The trail, if you could call it that, was a mixture of scree and fine ash. I slipped twice, scraping my palms raw. Sweat stung the wounds, and the smell of sun-baked resin made me dizzy. When I finally saw the pond, it was smaller than a swimming pool, set into a pocket of ochre earth surrounded by collapsed chaparral. The surface barely moved. I crouched at the edge and stared for a long time, The water was greenish, with a thin film of algae like oil paint. A dragonfly skimmed across it, wings flashing copper. There were animal prints along the bank, mostly deer, maybe raccoon. No obvious carcasses. I ran the pump's intake hose through the shallows, filtering into a collapsible bag. The taste would be foul but survivable, except the pump jammed halfway through. I took it apart, found the filter disc clotted with mud. I tried again. Nothing. The second cartridge had split at the seam. My backup iodine tablets were in my pack, but the blister packet had gotten the night before from condensation. Half of them had already dissolved. I had maybe enough to treat a liter if I wanted to risk it. I sat back on my heels and did the math in my head. 1 liter might carry me 5 miles at most, and I wasn't even certain of my location anymore. My GPS had died fully, the screen blank. I could hike until sunset, but if I guessed wrong, I'd run dry before finding another source. So I made the choice that I still think about, more than anything else I've ever done. I filled the bottle directly from the pond, let the silt settle for a minute, and drank. The first swallow was bitter, like copper and grass, but it hit my throat with such relief that I didn't stop. I drank slowly, forcing myself to pause every few gulps. My stomach churned from the heat of it. Still, I kept going until the bottle was half empty. Then I rinsed my mouth and poured a little over my head. It wasn't smart wasting even that, but the shock of cool water felt like sanity. I refilled both bottles and set off again. For the first half hour, I moved almost easily. The tightness in my muscles loosened, and I convinced myself I'd overreacted. But as the slope climbed toward a ridgeline, something about the air changed. The light was harsher, flatter. I could hear the buzz of insects but couldn't see any. When I stopped to drink again, the bottled water had turned faintly cloudy, probably stirred sediment, but it looked thicker somehow, a faint film on the inside plastic. I shook it and told myself it was harmless. By mid-afternoon, the forest closed in tighter. The trees stood blackened from old wildfire, their bark glossy and brittle. No wind now, just heat pressing in like a hand. I tried following the sound of what I thought was distant traffic, maybe the Angeles Crest Highway. But it turned out to be nothing, just cicadas or the echo of my own steps bouncing off rock walls. Around that time, I realized I'd been walking in a gradual circle. My footprints, clear in the dust, looped back on themselves. It wasn't far, maybe 100 yards off, but it scared me anyway. Orientation is everything out there. Once it slips, you can lose entire hours, retracing ground you swore you hadn't seen before. I tried to reset. Compass, sun angle, rough estimation of slope. All standard backcountry method. Except the sun had that late afternoon glare where everything looks due west. I picked a direction I thought led toward my truck and kept moving. I don't know how long it was before I started feeling sick. My mouth filled with a metallic taste. My stomach knotted tight. At first I thought it was heat exhaustion, but when the dizziness hit, I knew it was the water. My vision blurred in patches, like parts of the landscape zoomed closer and others stretched away. The distance between trees didn't seem consistent. I'd take 5 steps, and the next trunk would be right in front of me, then 20 feet off when I blinked. I crouched down, gripping my knees, trying to steady myself. The earth pulsed faintly under me, maybe from my own heartbeat. I vomited a little water and bile into the dirt, then wiped my mouth with the back of my sleeve. I told myself, "You're dehydrated. You overdrank too fast, that's all. It wasn't enough reassurance to stand. I crawled into a patch of partial shade, where the ground dipped cool under a slab of rock. My tongue felt swollen, gums tender. I took a small sip of the second bottle, swirled it in my mouth, spat it out. It tasted like rot. I thought about dumping it, but I couldn't bring myself to. Sometime later, minutes, maybe an hour, I woke to find the light different again. It had the bleached quality of early evening, when everything turns white before the sun drops. My pack strap had left deep grooves in my shoulder. My throat was worse. The smell of algae clung to my hands. I forced myself up and began walking again, following the drainage down. Gravity always leads somewhere, usually to a road or a canyon exit. My head throbbed with each step, and I kept catching glimpses of shimmer off the ground, like heat mirages, but cooler, more silvery. I think it was just my eyes adjusting after the nap. The land flattened, eventually into an open wash filled with boulders. I could see what looked like tire ruts, faint but real. Relief came quick and dizzying. I followed them, stumbling a little, focusing hard to keep balance. Every few yards, I'd pause to mark the shape of the hills behind me, just to make sure they weren't changing. Some part of me still afraid of that disorienting sense that the forest itself had warped around me earlier. The ruts led toward a stand of manzanita, where the branches tangled low like wire. On the other side, I found the remains of an old fire ring. Black stones, a melted can, bits of foil. Proof of people. That steadied me. I dropped my pack, sat cross-legged, and rationed a handful of peanuts while the shadows stretched. It was then, sitting in the quiet, that I realized how still everything was. No wind, no insects, not even the far-off hum of traffic. Just the rasp of my own breath. I told myself it meant night was coming. Temperatures cooling. Life hushing down. But it also meant I was far deeper in than I'd thought. I remember glancing at the pond water in my bottle one more time. It had cleared slightly, but left a faint ring of residue inside, greenish like bruised skin. I didn't drink. I just sat there, listening, until the sun went down completely, and the temperature dropped like a stone. When I finally lay back on the dirt, watching the first stars blink in, my whole body felt heavier, like the water had soaked straight into my muscles instead of my bloodstream. I figured rest would fix it. It didn't. Because when I woke later in the dark, thirsty again, the bottle was already empty, and I don't remember drinking it. I woke to cold that felt wrong for August. My skin was damp, the ground beneath me clammy, as if I'd slept beside a leaking pipe. The stars overhead burned hard and close, framed by jagged silhouettes of pines. My first thought was the bottle, where it had gone. I swept my hand through the dark, fingers catching the neck of the plastic, light as air. Empty. The seal was twisted off and lying inches away. I tried to tell myself I must have drunk it half asleep. The thirst was back anyway, thick and sharp behind my tongue. I spat to test how dry my mouth really was. Nothing came out. I got up fast, too fast. The world tilted. My knees buckled, and I steadied myself against a boulder slick with dew. My muscles trembled with an unfamiliar heaviness, like every movement carried delay. The flashlight beam jittered across dust and dead leaves. My first instinct was the map: orient, move, find elevation, find a road. But my hands shook too hard to fold it open. I pushed it into my pocket and listened instead. The forest was still in that peculiar midnight way, when every noise comes from inside you. My breath rasped loud enough to sound like company. I forced myself to start walking. Movement would warm me, maybe lead downhill again toward a drainage or campsite. Each step made the straps of my pack grind against my shoulders, already sore. The trail I'd thought I found earlier had blurred in the dark. My footprints were faint hollows in powdery soil, indistinguishable from animal tracks. I followed the slope east by instinct, moonlight painting the ridges in silver bands. After maybe 20 minutes, my throat clenched so hard I had to stop. I knelt, unzipped the side pocket, and found one last iodine tablet half dissolved in its sleeve. It crumbled when I tried to pick it up. I stared at the dust on my palm and laughed, the sound too dry to feel human. A faint rustle came from somewhere uphill, probably wind in dead brush. But I turned toward it anyway. My light caught the pale streak of a ridge, and beyond it, a glint. Water. Not the pond. This was higher ground, meaning runoff pooling on rock. I scrambled up the slope. My breath sawed in and out. Every few steps, my vision tunneled, then cleared again. When I reached the top, I saw it. A shallow basin carved into granite, maybe 10 feet across, filled with dark water that mirrored the moon. It looked clean. The surface rippled faintly, fed by a trickle from a crack in the stone. I almost cried. I crouched, unscrewed the bottle, and dipped it carefully, watching silt cloud the beam of my light. I hesitated just long enough to whisper, "Please." Then I drank. It was colder, clearer than the pond. I rationed it this time, 3 mouthfuls, then a pause. The cramps came back anyway, sharp up my side. My body didn't seem to know whether to thank me or reject it. I sat with my back to the rock, letting my pulse slow. After a while, I realized how exposed I was. The ridge overlooked the valley like a stage. From here, I could see distant silhouettes of burned trunks rising from gray ash fields. Somewhere out there was my truck. Somewhere behind me was that first pond. I just needed direction. I switched off the flashlight to save battery and waited for my eyes to adjust. The moon was enough. I traced the curve of the horizon, trying to match it to memory. The highway ran roughly west, east. If I could reach the drainage again and follow it, I might intercept a fire road. That would lead to Chilao. Simple in theory, impossible in practice. My head swam every time I stood. Still, I packed up and started downslope. The descent was slow, mostly on hands and knees. Gravel shifted under my boots, sliding with tiny clatters. At one point I lost footing and skidded a few feet, catching myself against a root. My palm split open along an old scrape. The blood looked darker than it should have in the moonlight. I wiped it on my pant leg and kept moving. The land flattened again into a narrow gulch. The air there was colder, heavier. The smell of wet dirt filled it. I followed it until it split in 2 directions. I picked left, reasoning that water always curved away from the higher ridgeline. By then my light was fading. The beam narrowed to a dull cone. I clicked it off entirely and trusted the faint glow ahead, maybe moonlight on more water. My steps echoed against stone walls that crowded closer the deeper I went. The silence pressed in until I could hear the thump of my pulse in my ears. When I reached the end, it wasn't water waiting for me. It was rock, sheer, smooth, maybe 20 feet high. A dead end. I cursed under my breath. My throat cracked around the word. I rested there, forehead against the wall, trying to think. The map would have been useless without light. Climbing back out would drain what little strength I had left. My only option was to stay put till morning. I cleared a patch of ground, dropped my pack, and leaned back against the rock. The cold seeped fast. I pulled on a windbreaker, hugged my knees, and forced slow breaths. Every muscle felt bloated, sluggish. I tried to recall survival course basics: sip, don't gulp, stay shaded by day, conserve sweat, move at dawn or dusk. Tomorrow I'd start earlier, before the sun turned the forest into a kiln. Sleep came in fragments, jerks of consciousness, tiny dreams that ended in thirst. In one I heard trickling nearby, woke, and realized it was real. A faint drip echoing from somewhere up the rock face. I aimed my light and saw moisture glistening along a crack halfway up. I climbed clumsily, wedging my boots into tiny holds, and pressed my mouth to the stone. The taste was mineral sharp, but the few drops that reached my tongue felt like life itself. I stayed there until my calves screamed, then dropped back down, chest heavy. My watch said 3:27 a.m. 2.5 hours till first light. I pulled my jacket tighter and whispered numbers to keep myself awake. When dawn finally bled into the canyon, the walls glowed faint pink. The temperature rose instantly. My throat already ached again. I packed slowly, every motion deliberate, double-checked nothing was left behind, and climbed back toward the ridge. The light helped. I could see distance again, which steadied me. My plan was to head west until I hit a service road. The soil grew redder there, streaked with clay, meaning I was nearing lower elevation. That encouraged me. By late morning, I spotted something new. A length of faded yellow caution tape fluttering from a branch. Burn area boundary marker. Civilization. I followed the line of flagged trees downhill until I reached an old fire break scarred with bulldozer treads. Relief hit so hard my knees gave out. I laughed once, dry and startled. I dropped my pack and opened the map. The markings matched roughly to a section near Alder Creek, about 4 miles north of the highway. 4 miles might as well have been 40 with the heat building again. But it was direction. I could do direction. I forced myself up, took another measured sip from the last of the ridge water, and started walking. The trail widened to a dirt road, half reclaimed by weeds. Every 50 yards I passed an old fire hose connection or rusted signpost. The familiarity sharpened focus. I was back in a man-managed zone. An hour later, I heard the faint buzz of an engine. My first instinct was hallucination, but it grew louder, steadier. I waved both arms, stumbling into the open, and a Forest Service truck came crawling around the bend. White cab, green stripe. I barely managed a shout before my knees buckled again. The ranger, middle-aged, sun-creased face, jumped out, caught me under the arm. "You out here alone?" he asked. I nodded, words catching dry in my throat. He handed me a jug of water and told me to sip slow. I did. The first swallow sent a chill through my stomach, so deep I thought I'd faint. He steadied me again, guiding me to the truck bed. "Been some rough days for hikers out here," he said. "You lucky you found the service road. Folks get turned around easy after those fires." I tried to thank him, but it came out a whisper. He drove me to the ranger station at Chilao. The whole ride, I kept my eyes on the water jug between my knees, half terrified I'd spill it, half afraid it wasn't real. At the station, they checked my vitals. Mild dehydration, electrolyte imbalance, nothing permanent. I sat under an awning, hands trembling around a paper cup of rehydration mix. The color was faintly green. I stared at it too long before forcing myself to drink. The ranger asked where I'd found water out there. I told him the pond, then the ridge seep. He frowned at the mention of the pond. That one near the old burn pit? He asked. Maybe. East of Waterman, past the shale cut. He nodded slowly. That pool's been stagnant since last winter. Runoff picks up all kinds of junk. Ash, metal, even antifreeze from old equipment. You're lucky you didn't poison yourself worse. I didn't answer. My hands tightened on the cup until it crumpled. After paperwork and a final vitals check, they offered to drive me back to my truck. I accepted. The road wound through charred pines and new green shoots, beauty and ruin mixed. Somewhere behind those ridges sat that pond, still and glinting under the sun, holding the reflection of anything desperate enough to drink from it. I promised myself I'd never look for it again. But that night, back in my apartment, when I turned on the tap to refill a glass, the water smelled faintly like pond algae. I told myself it was in my head. Still, I poured it out. I slept 12 hours straight the first night back, and it still wasn't enough. My body ached like I'd been bruised from the inside out. Every joint pulsed when I moved. When I'd finally sat up, light from the blinds sliced across the floor and made my head swim. My throat still burned, but it was bearable. The air felt thick with city heat, humid, almost heavy. The first thing I did was check the kitchen sink. I let the tap run for a full minute before filling a glass. The sound was too loud, the clarity of the water too sharp. I took a sip, then another. It tasted clean, metallic, ordinary. But halfway through the glass, my stomach twisted. I dumped the rest in the sink and stood there breathing hard until it passed. The doctor at the clinic said mild contamination could cause nausea, but that my vitals looked fine. My kidneys were functioning. I just needed rest, electrolytes, time. Easy prescriptions. They didn't mention how long it might take to trust water again. I stayed home the next few days, answering work emails in short bursts. My supervisor, Dan, told me to take the rest of the week off. He said he'd cover the reporting for the Angeles samples. When I asked if the pond readings were still useful, he hesitated before answering. Not really. That area's been red, flagged for chemical runoff since the station fire. We shouldn't have sent you in there alone. I didn't tell him that I'd known. That the pond wasn't even marked as active water on the map. Some part of me needed to believe the risk had purpose. I spent hours those first few days trying to rehydrate properly. Water, Gatorade, broth, in careful intervals. The doctor's warning every time I lifted a cup as small sips, not gulps. My tongue still felt thick, taste dulled, like it belonged to someone else. By the third day, my reflection started to bother me. Not in any supernatural sense, just the way dehydration changes your face. My eyes looked sunken, the whites faintly yellowed. The skin at my temples had that stretched look, as if it didn't quite remember how to sit right. I stared too long, caught between disgust and fascination. It's strange how quickly the body stops feeling like home when you've starved it of something so basic. At night, I dreamed of the pond, always from the same vantage, the green surface closing over a circle of light. My reflection rippling out of shape. No sound. Just that faint shimmer, the illusion of depth that doesn't exist. I'd wake up with my mouth dry, even though I'd left a bottle on the nightstand. Sometimes the water line had dropped an inch, condensation clinging to the plastic. Probably evaporation. Still, I refilled it every morning. By the end of the week, I could walk a few miles again. I decided to drive back to the ranger station to thank the man who'd helped me. Closure, I told myself. The Angeles highways looked different now. Hotter, maybe because I was paying attention to how much heat does to a body. At the station, the same ranger was outside hosing dust off a truck. He looked up, smiled when he recognized me. "You recovered quick," he said. "Mostly," I answered. "Still queasy with water sometimes." He nodded. "That'll fade. Your system just remembers more than your mind wants it to." He coiled the hose and added, "I drove by that pond yesterday. Couple deer dead near the edge. Guess they tried the same thing." I didn't know what to say. We stood there in the glare for a moment before I thanked him again and left. On the drive home, I kept thinking about what he said. Your system remembers. I wondered if mine would ever forget. The following Monday, I returned to work. The office smelled faintly of printer ink and dust. Dan greeted me like nothing had happened. Just handed over a new assignment folder. "Low elevation surveys near Altadena," he said. "Close to home, lots of shade. Ease back into it." I appreciated that. Routine helps. I packed conservatively this time. Bottled water only, no filtration gear, no open sources. Still, out there among the chaparral, my body tensed every time I took a drink. The sound of liquid sloshing in my bottle made my stomach tighten. It wasn't fear exactly. More like the residue of something that had gone too deep. A few days later, I woke up in the middle of the night, throat aching again. I reached for the bottle beside my bed, took a sip without thinking, and froze. The water felt thicker. Not slimy, not sour, just heavier. I flicked on the lamp. It looked clear. Perfectly fine. I forced another swallow, then two, just to prove I wasn't imagining things. The next morning, I weighed myself out of habit. Down 3 pounds. That didn't make sense. I'd been drinking constantly, eating regularly. But the scale didn't lie. That became the pattern. Small fluctuations, nothing dramatic, just inconsistent. Some days I'd feel bloated, as if I'd retained every ounce I drank. Others, I'd wake lightheaded, joints aching like I'd lost more fluid overnight. The doctor blamed lingering electrolyte imbalance. I stopped correcting him. Work helped distract me. Hiking the lower canyons, logging coordinates, noting soil density. It was mechanical enough to quiet my head. Until the first heat wave of September hit. Temperatures soared past 100 degrees F, and suddenly every breath tasted like dust again. I went through my water too quickly one afternoon, 2 miles from the truck. The memory hit fast and full, that pond, the desperation. I found myself standing over a dry creek bed, hand hovering over the dusty imprint of a puddle. I wasn't about to repeat the same mistake, but the impulse to kneel, to check for moisture, came strong and strange, like thirst remembered before reason. That scared me more than anything had out there. I forced myself to walk away. When I got home, I filled the bathtub halfway and sat on the edge watching the surface, the sound of it settling. Tiny ripples against porcelain. Should have been calming. Instead, my stomach turned. I realized how much I'd started to fear still water. Running taps were fine. Fountains, rain, waves, fine. But silence over a surface felt wrong, like it might be waiting for me to lean closer. I drained the tub and told myself to get over it. Weeks passed. My body normalized, mostly. But something subtle remained. An awareness of every swallow, every pulse of thirst before it hit. I used to take hydration for granted. Now it felt like a negotiation. One night, while reviewing data, I noticed a ring left by my water glass on the desk. Perfectly round. Faint green tint under the lamplight. Probably the reflection from my monitor. Still, I wiped it up. The next morning, there was another ring, identical, under a different glass. I laughed at myself, out loud, just to hear the sound. Nothing supernatural, just nerves and habit. People see patterns when they've lived through close calls. You start expecting echoes. By October, my colleagues stopped asking how I was. I started joining them for after-work drinks again, nursing club soda and pretending the fizz didn't feel like acid on my tongue. I smiled, made jokes about field life, told the story of my water incident with enough humor to make it sound like a close call instead of what it was. A failure of judgment. But later that night after the bar, I poured myself a glass from the tap and set it beside the bed. I told myself I'd drink it before sleeping. When I woke around 3 a.m., the glass was half empty. My mouth wasn't dry. I couldn't remember drinking. I stared at it for a long time. There was no reason for fear. It's normal to drink half asleep. But my heartbeat picked up anyway. That same sluggish thud I'd felt lying by the pond, realizing I'd emptied the bottle without remembering. I took the glass to the sink, poured it out. The water hit the basin thick, with a faint glug like something heavier than it should have been. Probably just air in the line. Probably. The next morning, I filled a bottle and carried it outside, sat on the apartment steps as the sun came up. The air smelled faintly of asphalt and eucalyptus. Normal living smells. I twisted the cap off and took a slow sip, forcing my body to accept it. It went down fine. I closed my eyes and waited for feeling that something was wrong. It didn't come. The water sat right. For the first time in weeks, it stayed. I thought about that ranger again, about his phrase your system remembers more than your mind wants it to. He was right. The body keeps its own map of danger, not in fear, but in attention. Every thirst since has carried his words behind it. People think survival ends when you're rescued. It doesn't. It keeps echoing in the smallest moments. The way you ration toothpaste subconsciously. The way you hesitate before trusting clean water. The way stillness becomes a thing to navigate. Sometimes, late at night, I still dream of that pond, but not as a threat. More like a mirror. A reminder of how easy it is to mistake relief for safety when you've gone too long without either. I haven't been back to Angeles since. The company offered another project up north, wetter country, where the rivers run clear even in late summer. I said yes. Before leaving, I filled my canteens carefully. One with water, one empty just in case. The weight difference between them felt strange in my hands. Heavier than it should. Maybe that's what survival really is. The memory of thirst, carried forward in everything you choose to hold. My name is Naomi Briggs. I'm 29 years old, a field ecologist from Fort Collins. And I've spent enough seasons in the Rockies to know when a storm is bluffing. The one that rolled over the Maroon Bells that afternoon wasn't bluffing. Its clouds had the hard blue. Gray underbelly, that means cold. Fast rain. The kind that turns gravel switchbacks into rivers and sends the timberline creeks roaring like freight trains. I'd been in the field 3 days, solo, doing small mammal transects along the East Maroon Trail. My permit allowed one more night before I had to hike out. The work was routine. Setting Sherman traps, recording scat and tracks, checking temperature and soil moisture, until I realized my GPS had started acting up. It wasn't dead, exactly. It just refused to save new waypoints. I'd marked my main camp near the junction with Copper Creek. but the handheld kept freezing whenever I tried to log a new coordinate. Normally, I'd shrug it off and rely on map and compass. But the storm was closing in faster than forecast, and I didn't like the thought of navigating half blind once the ridgelines vanished into fog. I decided to cut through a lower drainage I'd scouted on the topo, a narrow trough that followed a dry creek bed down toward an old outfitter route. It wasn't an official trail anymore, but the contour lines promised an easier descent and maybe some wind shelter. I broke camp in record time, stuffing wet tarps and gear into my pack, then shouldered 5 pounds of soaked nylon and steel, and started downhill. The air smelled of ozone and pine pitch. By the time I reached the first switchback, the rain hit. Fat, cold drops that smacked against my hood and darkened the granite around me. I kept my eyes on the slope, careful not to slip on the loose shale. About half an hour later, I spotted something unnatural in the wash below, a patch of straight edges, pale against the brown mud. At first, I thought it was an old ammo can, the kind hunters use for storage. As I got closer, I realized it was larger, maybe 1.5 feet long, painted forest green in half, buried at an angle. The rain had washed enough soil away to expose its lid. Someone had stashed it deliberately. There were even stacked rocks camouflaging the top, though most had tumbled loose. I hesitated. In the backcountry, you run into all kinds of forgotten caches, food, tools, or emergency gear from through hikers or researchers. Protocol says you don't disturb another person's supply unless it's clearly abandoned. But this thing looked decades old. Curiosity won. I brushed away the mud with my glove, revealing but a rutch sealed by a rust-stained padlock. The lock hung open. When I lifted the lid, I expected mildew and mouse droppings. Instead, everything inside was neatly arranged and astonishingly dry. Vacuum, sealed meals, medical tape, a compass, a flare, waterproof matches, and a compact emergency blanket still in its wrapper. Whoever had packed it knew what they were doing. On top of the supplies sat a laminated card, folded once down the middle. The writing was simple block print, faded but legible. If you take anything, replace it. If you open mine next, be ready. That was all. No name, no date. The phrasing stuck with me. Mine next. What did that mean? I slipped the card back, relatched the lid, and sat on a rock, listening to the rain tap the metal. The idea of a network of caches wasn't far-fetched. Search and rescue crews sometimes set emergency boxes along remote routes, and some long-distance hikers build their own series of resupply points. But this wasn't standard issue. The paint was military, the organization too precise. Thunder cracked overhead, shaking the valley out of its stillness. I needed to move before the runoff got bad. I made a quick note in my field log. GPS coordinate C as best as I could guess from map triangulation. Description. And the text from the note. Then covered the box again. By the time I reached the bottom of the drainage, dusk was folding into the valley. My legs burned from the descent, and the storm was starting to sleet. I found a cluster of spruce near the creek and pitched my tent fast, using a fallen log as a windbreak. I cooked instant rice on the stove, ate half, and tried to dry my socks over the flame. The air was dense with moisture, metallic with altitude. I kept thinking about that cache. Someone had left it where no casual hiker would find it. And yet it was maintained. The food hadn't expired, the vacuum seals were tight. I ran through possibilities. Maybe an old ranger, a prepper, a survivalist testing weatherproofing methods. My next line could have been a joke, maybe implying there was another box nearby. Still, it nagged at me. Around 9 p.m., the rain eased into mist. I stepped outside to check the tie outs and saw my own breath plume into the cold. The creek beside camp had risen a few inches, carrying pine needles and bark. Lightning flashed behind the peaks, blue, white, and for a moment it lit up the slope above. A clean scar in the brush where I'd come down earlier. I thought I saw something metallic glinting halfway up, another edge poking from the soil. Then the light vanished. I told myself it was a wet rock. I turned in, zipped the tent, and drifted between sleep and the steady hiss of rain. Around midnight, I woke to a sound that didn't belong to the storm. A dull thunk like something heavy striking dirt. Once. Then silence. I held still, listening. The noise came again, softer, farther off. Probably a branch breaking under runoff. Still, I unzipped the tent flap a few inches and scanned the dark. The clouds had lowered, and fog lay thick over the creek. I could see maybe 5 feet. The forest beyond was a wall of gray. I stayed awake until the first pale smear of morning. When light finally filtered through, I crawled out stiff and clammy. The storm had passed, leaving the world dripping. My tracks up the slope were half erased, but I could still make out where I'd descended yesterday. The drainage looked harmless now, just a scar of washed out gravel wending uphill. Over coffee, I debated whether to head straight for the trailhead or climb back and double. Check that second glint. Logic said leave it. My permit ended today, and the ranger station would close early. But something about the cache's precision itched at the back of my brain. By 9, the sun had burned through the mist. I packed light, map, compass, water, small pack, and left the tent staked. The climb was steep but short. The air smelled of wet mineral and spruce. Halfway up, near the ledge where I'd first spotted the box, I saw the glint again. This one wasn't metal. It was glass. A mason jar sealed tight, wedged into the mud behind a stone. Inside floated a scrap of folded paper and what looked like a dried flower, maybe alpine aster. I pried the jar loose, wiped the condensation, and unscrewed the lid. The paper was brittle, the ink smudged, but legible enough to read 4 words. Not the first one. I stood there for a long minute, the wind pressing through the trees. The message could mean anything. Not the first cache, not the first person, not the first mistake. I wasn't sure which thought bothered me more. I resealed the jar and slid it back exactly where I found it. Then I climbed higher, scanning the slope for any other disturbance. At the top of the drainage, the ground leveled into a small shelf of grass and stone. The view opened wide, Maroon Peak looming to my west, snow still clinging to its shadowed gullies. In that hush, the only sound was meltwater dripping from rock to rock. I took a breath and nearly stepped on another canister. This one was smaller, half buried under moss. The same green paint, same latch. My stomach tightened. It felt wrong to open it. But leaving it untouched felt worse. Like ignoring a question that would never stop echoing. I knelt and brushed away debris. The latch moved easily, no rust this time. Inside were only 3 items: a flare gun, a sealed envelope, and a small handheld radio with dead batteries. I didn't open the envelope right away. I studied the handwriting first, the same block print as before. When I unfolded it, a cold gust hit, and the paper almost slipped from my fingers. The note said, "This one's empty now. If you found the first, don't wait here." No signature. That was enough for me. I packed the note into my log for evidence, closed the lid, and marked the spot on my map. My pulse had climbed to match the altitude. It wasn't fear, exactly. More a tightening awareness. A sense that I'd stumbled into someone else's system. Whoever they were methodical, disciplined, and recent. The freshness of the supplies ruled out an old relic. I descended fast, every instinct telling me to reach camp, break down, and head for the trailhead. The forest had that washed clean smell after rain. But I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Not by a person, but by the terrain itself, every ridge hiding another unturned stone. By noon I was back at the creek. The tent stood where I left it, flapping in the breeze. I packed up methodically, loaded my frame, and started the final 4 miles toward the ranger station. My legs were trembling from exertion when the valley opened, and I hit the main trail. I didn't look back. Still, somewhere behind me, in the hush between thunderclaps and meltwater, I imagined those green boxes waiting under rock and root, sealed, silent, and numbered by someone who intended to come back. By the time I reached the ranger station at East Maroon Portal, the sun had already dropped behind the ridge. The wet clouds were backlit gold, bleeding into gray. I checked my watch 6:12 p.m. I'd made it out just before official check-out time. The ranger on duty was an older man named Ron Keller. I'd met him on my first day to log the permit. His beard was the same rough silver as the granite peaks. When I stepped onto the porch, he looked up from a clipboard. "Looks like you beat the rain," he said. I answered, unslinging my pack. "Trail's half soup. I came down through the Copper Creek drainage. There's some washouts starting near the junction." He nodded, scribbling a note. "I'll have the next crew check it. Any incidents or wildlife conflicts." I hesitated. No conflicts. But I found something weird. That got his attention. He gestured me inside, toward the desk under the radio. The little building smelled like wet wool and propane. Maps curled on the walls, and a coffee pot hissed in the corner. I took out my field notebook, flipped to the page, and showed him the entry I'd written. Coordinates, short description, and the note's wording: "If you take anything, replace it. If you open mine next, be ready." He read it twice. "You didn't take anything?" "No, sir. Just smogged it. Smart. We get caches once in a while, old outfitter or research drops. But that wording's not standard." He poured 2 cups of coffee and slid one toward me. Where exactly was this? I traced the contour lines on his topo wall map, pointing to the notch east of Copper Creek. Here, maybe 50 feet above the main wash, buried under stacked rocks. The box was military green, about 18 inches long, ammo can size, bigger, maybe something used for tool storage. He studied the map for a long moment. "You said there was another one higher up." "Yes, smaller, fresher. Different contents, a flare gun, dead radio, and a note telling me not to wait." Ron rubbed the back of his neck. "That area's outside the usual patrols. Closest old activity would have been the 2009 search for that missing surveyor. Can't remember his name. We never found anything but his tent." The words sent a faint chill through me, though I kept my expression neutral. "You think these could be his?" "Hard to say. If so, they've been maintained. Someone would have had to hike in, restock, reseal, all that. Not many do that for fun." I asked if he wanted me to file a report. He said he'd log the details under miscellaneous field anomaly and pass it to district command. though it might just end up archived, unless new evidence surfaced. When he asked if I'd camped solo, I nodded. 3 nights. He gave a small, approving hum, like he respected the risk. You look like you know what you're doing. But if you're heading back in that area anytime soon, radio us first. There's still old mining claims tucked back there. Some folks don't like visitors. I stayed until the rain picked up again, then drove the long dirt road out to Aspen. My tires threw up ribbons of mud behind the truck. The wipers squeaked against the windshield, and fatigue set in once adrenaline started to fade. At the motel that night, I laid out my soaked clothes and replayed the sequence. The first box, the jar, the second box. It all lined up too neatly to be random. Someone had placed those caches deliberately along a descending route like breadcrumbs. But for what? I told myself to let it go. Field notes. Anomaly done. Yet I kept staring at the copy of the second note. I'd slipped into my notebook. This one's empty now. If you found the first, don't wait here. I fell asleep sometime past midnight, the paper still open on the nightstand. The next morning, the rain had cleared into crisp alpine air. I checked my email while eating gas station breakfast. Among the usual field data submissions, one new message stood out, from an address I didn't recognize. Subject: regarding your note in the register. My pulse jumped. I hadn't mentioned the cache in any online log, only in my paper field book. The email read, Naomi, I believe you came across one of ours. Please confirm the coordinate, test nearest 10th, and describe the condition. Do not attempt to locate others. They are part of an ongoing recovery effort. JR, no agency name, no contact info. The phrasing, one of ours, felt official, but the lack of signature made it wrong. I read it 3 times before closing my laptop. The only people with access to my notes were the ranger station and the state research database. Maybe Ron had passed the info along and someone from a related unit was following up. Still, something about the brevity made my skin crawl. I didn't respond. Instead, I drove back to Fort Collins, filed my samples, and spent the next week catching up on lab work. By Friday, the forest felt like a dream half forgotten, until the same address sent another message. Subject: second notice. Naomi, the area you surveyed is now under restricted monitoring. We require confirmation of what you handled. If you retrieved anything from the containers, return it to the coordinates listed below. Do not share this communication. JR. Below that was a single GPS coordinate. The same drainage I'd marked in my field book. I stared at the screen until the cursor stopped blinking. Whoever this was knew my location data exactly, down to the minute. Either the Forest Service shared it internally, or someone had access beyond their circle. I forwarded the email to Ron Keller's address, with a short message. Did you or anyone at your station contact a JR? He replied 2 hours later. No one here by that name. Don't engage. Forward to law enforcement if needed. That should have been the end of it. But I couldn't shake the sense that I'd walked across something active. Not criminal, exactly, but hidden. Maybe old cold, war-era experiment caches, leftover wilderness training supplies, or private survivalist stockpiles. That weekend, against my better judgment, I loaded my pack again. It wasn't about curiosity anymore. It was about unease. Whoever sent that message knew enough to make me a variable in their system. I wanted to see if the caches were still there, or if someone had already retrieved them. I drove back toward the Maroon Bells access road at dawn Sunday. The gate was open to hikers, though closed to vehicles past a point. I signed the trail log under my real name. Transparency felt safer than stealth. The forest smelled of thaw and mud. By mid-morning, I was at the Copper Creek Junction. The wash had dried into smooth gravel. Last week's rain left new grooves along the slope. I climbed the same path, heart steady, noting each familiar landmark. The first cache site was easy to find, but the rocks I'd restacked over it were gone. In their place, a square of freshly disturbed soil, darker, looser than the surrounding dirt. I knelt and brushed the top layer aside. The box was still there, but the latch hung open, the lid ajar. Inside, nothing remained except the laminated card. The words had changed. The old ink was crossed through with red marker. Below it, new handwriting said, "You shouldn't have told them." The back of my neck prickled. I scanned the slope automatically, half expecting movement. The valley was silent except for water trickling through gravel. I repacked the card, closed the lid, and replaced the rocks exactly as before. Then I climbed higher, toward the ledge where I'd found the second cache. Every step felt heavier. The jar with the dried flour was gone too. A clean hole in the mud, as if scooped out with a trowel. Only a faint ring of damp earth marked where it had been. When I reached the upper shelf, the smaller canister had vanished completely. No indentation, no moss displaced, just smooth stone. I stood there in the wind, trying to reason through it. A ranger patrol. The JR from the email? Or maybe just another hiker with better timing. But whoever had erased the evidence did it meticulously. Like they wanted to restore the landscape's surface, erase its memory. The clouds thickened again. The air smelled faintly metallic, like rain before lightning. I checked my watch, nearly noon. I started back down, moving fast. My plan was to reach the truck by 3 and drive straight to the sheriff's office in Aspen. Maybe show them the emails, the photos I'd taken of the first cache. But halfway down the drainage, I noticed something new. A small pile of rocks that hadn't been there before, stacked neatly beside the creek. On top sat a clear plastic bag weighted with a stone. Inside was a note written on lined paper, dry despite the moisture in the air. "Naomi, third cache is yours now." No signature. For a long moment I couldn't move. The handwriting was the same block print as before. I checked the surroundings. No fresh tracks, just mine and the faint marks of runoff. I folded the note, sealed it back in the bag, and left it untouched. My chest felt hollow, like altitude sickness without the altitude. On the way down, I kept glancing over my shoulder. The forest felt too still, every sound. A drop, a gust, registering sharp against the quiet. I half expected to hear another step behind mine, but the only rhythm was my own boots. By the time I reached the trailhead, the parking area was empty except for my truck in a mud-streaked Subaru parked crooked against the trees. The Subaru's license plate was crusted with dirt. I could only make out the last 3 digits. 712. There was a ranger permit on the dash, but the name was smudged. I didn't wait to find out whose it was. I drove straight to Aspen PD. The officer at the desk, a young woman who looked about my age, listened patiently as I described the caches, the emails, the new note. She took down everything, including the photos from my phone. When I handed her the email printouts, she frowned. "JR," she said. "We don't have anyone under that initial with either the Park Service or the SR units." So what happens now? I asked. We'll forward it to the Forest Service Investigation Branch. They'll check for active research permits or abandoned survival caches. Probably nothing criminal. Still, good you came in. She gave me a case number, thanked me, and promised to follow up. I walked out feeling lighter, but also aware that whatever system I'd wandered into, it hadn't ended. As I reached the truck, I noticed a smear on the side mirror. A streak of red dust that hadn't been there before. It looked like a fingertip dragged through clay. The same color as the ink that had crossed out the first note. I wiped it off with my sleeve, started the engine, and watched the rearview mirror for a long time before pulling onto the road. I told myself it was nothing. Just mud, coincidence, timing. Still, I didn't sleep that night. Back in Fort Collins, the world should have shrunk back to normal. Traffic lights, grocery aisles, the hum of my apartment radiator, but my brain kept replaying that red mark on the mirror. A fingertip, or just the iron, rich mud that clings to everything in the maroon bells. Either way, I found myself scrubbing the truck in the dark parking lot, long after midnight until the metallic smell faded. Sleep came in short bursts. Each time I closed my eyes, I saw the slope, those boxes half buried like organs in the ground. By morning, I'd convinced myself to box it away with the rest of my field data. I drafted a summary for the Ranger District, attached the photos, and told myself I was done. 2 days later, a letter arrived. Not email, paper. Hand-addressed, no return stamp. Just my name in that same careful block print. I opened it on the kitchen counter. Naomi, do not involve law enforcement. They won't find anything now. You have the last cache. Keep it sealed until instructed. JR. No date, no explanation. Just a small folded map fragment tucked inside. Topo lines I recognized from the drainage, and a red X maybe 50 yards from where I'd camped the first night. I sat down slowly. My hands were shaking, not from fear, but from the realization that whoever this was knew my home address. I checked the locks twice that night. By Thursday, I told only one person, my colleague Matt Hino, a wildlife biologist who'd worked the same region the year before. We met at a cafe near campus. He listened quietly as I laid it out. Catches, notes, emails, the letter. When I finished, he whistled under his breath. That's a lot of effort for a prank. I don't think it's a prank. You think someone's tracking you. I think someone's maintaining something out there, and they don't like being seen. He stirred his coffee, thinking. You said the supplies were fresh. Maybe an old school prepper network. During the pandemic, some survivalist groups started planting hidden stores all over the Rockies. Possible. But they wouldn't need to contact me. They'd just move their stuff. Matt shrugged. If it's that close to Copper Creek, I can check it this weekend. I've got a drone permit for elk impact surveys. I almost said no, but curiosity bit down. You'd be doing me a favor. I just want to know if the site's been wiped clean. He grinned. Text me the coordinates. I sent them before I could talk myself out of it. Saturday came and went without a word. By Sunday night, I texted him everything all right. No reply. Monday morning, another try. Still nothing. At noon, I called the lab. The receptionist said Matt had taken Friday off for fieldwork. No check in since. I told myself he probably lost service. But that evening, when I drove home from campus, I noticed a Darce V idling 2 cars, down from my apartment entrance. Windows tinted, engine running. The driver's face was a blur in reflection. I parked on the next street and walked the long way around, heart steady, brain racing through possibilities. Government, survivalists, coincidence. By the time I reached my building's side door, the SUV was gone. Inside, the hallway smelled of dust and radiator heat. I turned my key and stopped. The lock resisted slightly, as if it had been turned the wrong way before. Everything looked normal: couch, stack of field reports, boots by the mat. But my field notebook, where I'd taped the copy of the note, sat open on the table. I hadn't left it that way. The page with the first cash entry was gone, cleanly torn. I sat down, pulse drumming in my ears. No sign of forced entry, no footprints on the carpet. Just absence. I should have called the police. Instead, I did something dumber. I printed the fragment map from the letter and started packing. If Matt was still out there, and if someone was removing evidence, I needed to see the site one last time before it vanished completely. Hours the Maroon Bells access gate near dawn. The guard station was empty, off-season lull. I parked by the closed barrier, shouldered my pack, and started up the dirt road on foot. The cold was knife, edge sharp. Sky that thin blue you only get above 9,000 feet. As I climbed, the forest swallowed sound. Only the crunch of frost under boots. At the Copper Creek Junction, faint tire tracks curved off the main trail, wide tread like an SUV or UTV. Recent. I followed them until they veered toward the drainage. I knew too well. Halfway there, the air grew heavier, the silence deeper. When I reached the shelf where I'd camped the first night, I stopped dead. A tarp fluttered against the rocks, half collapsed. Under it, Matt's orange drone case. No Matt. I dropped my pack and crouched. The ground showed footprints. 2 sets, overlapping, leading toward the ridge. One pattern was Matt's hiking boots, the other larger, with deep heel strikes, like someone carrying weight. A dozen yards uphill, the soil was freshly dug. A rectangular hole 3 feet long, 2 feet wide. Inside, a metal container. The same dull green. My throat tightened. The cash, I hesitated, then knelt and brushed off the lid. The label plate was new. No rust, edges crisp. Someone had replaced it recently. The padlock hung open. Inside lay a vacuum-sealed pack, an envelope, and something wrapped in mylar. I unzipped the envelope first. Naomi, you took too long. The letters were thick, pressed hard enough to dent the paper. I peeled back the mylar. Inside was a handheld GPS unit. Matt's model, his initials scratched into the back. Battery removed. There was also a small plastic card case. I opened it and found a flash drive labeled simply, Rituaran. That word looked almost alive in the light, the ink bleeding faintly into the label tape. I backed away, breath coming short. Every instinct screamed to leave it. But my rational mind, the same part that cataloged volt tracks and soil acidity, won out. I pocketed the flash drive, resealed the box, covered it, and forced my legs downhill. By the time I reached the truck, clouds had rolled in thick and fast. I drove until my cell signal returned, then stopped at a turnout and plugged the flash drive into my field laptop. Only one file appeared. No title. Just a timestamp of 12/09/2024. I clicked. The video was shaky body cam footage. Matt's voice, breathless, narrating. Field survey. Maroon Bells testing aerial mapping. The camera panned across the drainage. Then, mid-sentence, a metallic clatter. He turned toward the sound. A man stood at the edge of the frame, maybe 20 yards away, dressed in dull brown. Hard to make out his face. Hood up, beard scruff. The man lifted a hand as if waving. Matt called out, "Hey, you with Forest Service?" No answer. The footage jittered as Matt moved closer. When the man stepped aside, something behind him caught the lens. A neat row of identical green boxes stretching into the trees. Dozens. Then the feed cut to static. I closed the laptop and sat there with my hands on the steering wheel, heart slamming. The timestamp on the file was 3 days ago. I drove straight to the Aspen Sheriff's Office again. This time I didn't care about protocol. I demanded they watch the footage. The officer, same woman as before, took one look and called her captain. Within an hour, 2 unmarked trucks pulled in. Federal plates. They asked every question twice, how I found it, when I found it, whether I'd told anyone else. They confiscated the flash drive in my field laptop for analysis. When I asked about Matt, they said a search team was being organized. But their eyes gave them away. They already knew he wasn't coming back soon. By dusk they let me go. As I stepped outside, the captain stopped me. "You didn't open any others, did you?" "No." "Good. Don't." That was all. It's been 3 months now. The official report lists Matt Hino as missing, presumed lost in terrain accident. They said a rock slide covered the area days after my visit, erasing whatever was there. No mention of caches, notes, or emails. The Forest Service replaced Ron Keller with a new district ranger. When I called to follow up, they told me he'd retired suddenly. I've moved apartments. Different address unlisted. Still, last week, a package arrived. No return label, postmarked Denver. Inside a small compass, identical to the one from the first cache, and a single line on plain paper. Replacements matter. That's all. It sits on my desk now, needle trembling every time I breathe near it, never quite pointing north. I tell myself it's just magnetized wrong. I tell myself Matt's footage will surface, that the red boxes in the woods were nothing but old supplies, that JR was some bureaucratic ghost. But sometimes, when I drive west and the peaks start showing through haze, I catch a flicker in the trees. A shape the color of dull green, half buried, waiting. And I hear that line again, quiet as static. If you take anything, replace it. My name is Dylan Cross. I am 32 years old, originally from Eugene, Oregon. And I've spent most of my adult life hiking and documenting remote trails throughout the Pacific Northwest. What began as a weekend hobby turned into a quiet obsession, a personal challenge to map unmarked paths, cross forgotten ridgelines, and catalog the routes that time and erosion had mostly erased. I always told myself I wasn't chasing danger, only solitude. But there's a fine line between those two things, in a place like Umpqua National Forest. I set out that October morning with my pack, weighing about 40 pounds. Inside were the usual contents: one person tent, down bag, water filter, small pot, fuel canister, a few freeze-dried meals, topo maps laminated against moisture, and a Garmin inReach clipped to my shoulder strap. The air smelled of wet cedar and decomposing leaves, that early autumn mix that hints winter is close. My route followed an old trail north from Steamboat Creek, climbing gradually toward a ridge that split two valleys, then dropping down toward a gorge where an unnamed tributary cut through basalt. I'd read about a fallen tree there, a natural bridge hikers had used for years before the Forest Service. rerouted the official trail. By midday, I'd covered almost 8 miles. The forest was silent except for the constant trickle of runoff down the ravine beside the trail. Most of the deciduous trees had already shed their leaves, leaving a pale litter over the mossy ground. Sunlight filtered through in thin, shifting bands. I'd grown used to this quiet, but there's always a moment, especially when hiking solo, when it presses in too tightly. You become aware of your own breath, your footfalls, the creak of pack straps, the distant rattle of a squirrel. It's not fear, not exactly. Just the realization that you're the only human sound for miles. I stopped near a clearing around 2 o'clock to rest and eat. I sat on a fallen log, unwrapped a granola bar, and studied the map. The gorge lay another mile north, maybe less. The contour lines dropped sharply, 200 feet in less than a quarter mile. The old route was faint, almost invisible on satellite images, but I'd marked the coordinates from an old hiker's blog dated 2013. He described the tree bridge as solid, wide enough for boots, with a hand line made of weathered rope tied to a trunk on the far side. That was over a decade ago. I told myself if it looked unsafe, I'd turn back. The descent grew steeper as the trail began to crumble into loose rock and pine needles. My boots skidded a few times, and I had to grab exposed roots to steady myself. The sound of rushing water deepened ahead, the river echoing inside the gorge. The path narrowed until it barely existed, forcing me to sidestep along slanted ground. Then, suddenly, the trees opened. The gorge yawned beneath me, maybe 60 feet deep, its walls coated in moss and dark streaks of moisture. The creek below was narrow but fast, cutting white channels through boulders. Across the gap stood the continuation of the old trail, visible as a faint brown ribbon curving into the opposite slope. And between us lay the bridge, a massive fallen Douglas fir, its roots still jutting from one side like a frozen explosion, its trunk stretching cleanly across the void. It looked solid enough from a distance, bark stripped by years of weather, but the wood beneath appeared intact. The rope handline was still there too, frayed, green with moss, tied around a trunk at waist height. A few lengths dangled into the gorge, brushing the rocks below. I felt a flicker of unease, not from the height but from the stillness of it all. No birds, no wind, just the low churn of water and that massive log waiting. I dropped my pack and crouched near the edge, testing the first few feet with my boot. The surface was slick, but not dangerously so, rough enough for tread to grip. I slid my pack straps tighter, took the rope in my right hand, and began to cross. It's strange how quickly your perception narrows on a log like that. The world shrinks to the width of your boots. I focused on placing each step flat and deliberate, knees slightly bent, using the rope for balance. Beneath me, the gorge hummed with echoing water. I moved maybe 20 feet in, glancing ahead. Halfway point. The far end looked stable. The middle flexed slightly underweight, but nothing alarming. Then I felt it. A faint tremor, not from my own movement, but something deeper in the wood. A muted creak like tension shifting inside the trunk. I froze, waited. The log settled again, silent. My breath fogged in front of me. I took another step. This time the sound was sharper. A splintering crack from below, near the root end behind me. My body reacted before my brain did. I dropped to my knees and clung to the rope. The log tilted just slightly, then steadied. I felt my pulse pounding through my palms. The gorge roared louder, though I knew it hadn't changed. Just my awareness had sharpened to a knife edge. I turned to look back. The root mass had shifted a few inches downward, tearing a streak of earth from the bank. The base of the tree was no longer flush with the soil. Daylight showed beneath. It hadn't fallen yet, but it was close. If it rolled, even a few degrees, I'd be pitched straight into the gorge. Going forward or back both carried the same risk. Motion could trigger the rest. I forced a long breath, testing how much the log flexed when I moved. It groaned faintly. The rope handline quivered. I considered tossing my pack ahead, lightening my weight, but the odds of it sliding off and vanishing were high. I'd lose food, warmth, communication. The thought of being stranded overnight down here without gear was worse than the height itself. So I waited. 10 minutes, maybe more. The log held, but the angle felt subtly different each time I shifted my balance. I could see cracks running along the bark, thin but spreading. The sun was already lowering, slicing through the trees in long amber shafts. I did a quick mental calculation. Sunset in roughly an hour, full dark by 6:30. If I didn't move soon, I'd be stuck crossing, or retreating, in near darkness. I made the choice to go forward. The far side looked marginally more stable, anchored against a rocky shelf. If the root end collapsed completely, maybe the trunk would still wedge against the opposite wall. Maybe. I crawled instead of walked, keeping my weight distributed low and steady. Each shift of my knees sent small vibrations through the wood. I whispered to myself without meaning to, counting breaths, not words. 10 feet 7.5. Then another crack, a new one, deep and hollow. I looked down instinctively, regretted it instantly. The drop blurred beneath me, water flashing silver and white between rocks. I forced my gaze back to the bark, fingers gripping moss so tightly it came away in clumps. When I reached the last stretch, maybe 6 feet from the opposite side, the rope jerked. Not from my movement this time. The knot on the far trunk gave a sharp tug downward, as if something shifted the base. I couldn't see what caused it, only felt the line slacken, then tighten again. My heart hammered. I reached for the final knot, the anchor point, and grabbed hold with both hands. I swung one leg over the far ledge, boot scraping dirt, and pulled myself up onto solid ground. The instant my weight left the log, it shifted. A deep, grinding sound rolled through the gorge. I scrambled back several feet as the tree sagged further, tearing another slab of earth from the opposite bank. For a moment it held, balanced in a precarious angle across the chasm. Then it stopped moving. I stood still, waiting for the final crash that never came. The light was fading fast now. I checked my watch, 5:41 p.m., and forced myself to breathe slowly. My arms ached from gripping the rope. My hands trembled uncontrollably, not from cold but from adrenaline wearing off. I turned toward the continuation of the trail. It climbed sharply through dense fir, narrow and overgrown. I followed it until I found a small flat, clearing large enough for a tent. I dropped my pack, set up camp in near silence. The forest felt heavier here, muted. When I boiled water for my meal, the sound of the jet stove echoed louder than it should have. I ate quickly, forcing down half the packet, before my stomach refused more. The image of that shifting log kept replaying. How close I'd been to losing footing, to being pulled down with it. I double, checked the guy lines on my tent and zipped the fly tight, listening as dusk thickened into night. Around 7, I heard the first sound beyond the river. A dull thud, maybe a rock giving way, or the tree finally settling. I grabbed my headlamp, unzipped the tent flap, and shone the beam toward the gorge. The slope was steep and shadowed, but I could just make out a faint movement in the darkness. Something rolling. Then, the heavy splash of wood hitting water. A moment later, the sound of rushing currents swallowed everything. The bridge was gone. I watched the darkness for a long time after, listening to the river reclaim its space. The realization hit me slowly. I was now on the far side of a gorge with no easy way back. My map showed no alternate routes within 5 miles. The only way out was forward, up toward the ridgeline, through terrain that hadn't seen maintenance in years. I had a full battery, half a tank of fuel, 2 days' food if rationed carefully. It was enough if weather held. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed when the tree fell. The forest seemed to exhale around me, a low, endless breath through branches. Not threatening, just aware. I told myself it was nothing. That isolation does strange things to sound and mind alike. But I sat awake long past midnight anyway, listening to the hum of water below and the faint creak of trees shifting in the cold. I told myself I'd start moving at first light. I woke before dawn, the air sharp with moisture. My breath hung in thin fog inside the tent. For a while, I just lay there listening. The same river below, the occasional crack of a branch far off. It was the kind of stillness that feels expectant, like the woods are waiting for you to move first. When I finally unzipped the tent, the sky was a dull slate blue. No wind, no bird song. The gorge was visible again, ghostly under early light. Where the log had once spanned the gap, there was now only open space. The root end had torn completely free, leaving a raw scar of dirt on the opposite bank. The trunk lay halfway submerged in the creek, one end wedged between boulders, the other angled downstream. I felt both lucky and stupid looking at it. Lucky to be alive, stupid for crossing it at all. Breakfast was quick, instant coffee, a protein bar. I repacked my gear and checked my map again. The old route curved uphill for roughly 3 miles before joining a service road that eventually connected with Highway 138. On paper, it looked simple, but paper doesn't show how trails fade when nobody walks them. By 7:00 a.m., I was moving again. The slope rose sharply, littered with fallen branches slick with dew. Every step demanded focus. I followed what hints I could. Faint indentations where boots had once pressed, breaks in undergrowth, the occasional old blaze mark carved deep into bark. But within an hour, the line disappeared entirely. I stopped at a high ridge, breathing hard. The view stretched across a rolling sea of pines, mist clinging to valleys like smoke. Somewhere down there, the North Umpqua River glinted pale in the distance. It should have been beautiful, but all I could think about was distance. How far I was from anyone, how a single twisted ankle could turn the forest from refuge to trap. I tried to reorient using my compass, aligning the map's contour lines with the slope around me. I aimed northwest toward a saddle between 2 hills. If I could make that, I'd drop onto the service road by evening. I started again, checking the needle every few minutes. The morning passed in fragments, short bursts of movement, long stretches of recalculating. The trail, if it still existed, had been reclaimed by the woods. I climbed over rotted logs, ducked beneath limbs heavy with moss, crossed small runoff streams that hadn't appeared on any map. My boots stayed wet. My shoulders ached. Around noon, I stopped to rest beside a boulder, streaked with orange lichen. I refilled my bottle from a small creek and treated the water with iodine. The taste was metallic but safe enough. My phone showed no service, which I expected. The inReach still blinked steady green, tracking active. That meant if something went wrong, someone could at least locate the coordinates. After a few minutes, I noticed something off. About the ground near the boulder, a faint depression, almost circular. I crouched closer. The soil there had been disturbed. Not recently, but within a season or two. Probably an old fire pit, though the stones had been scattered. Charcoal flakes glinted under the top layer of dirt. Someone else had camped here. Maybe years ago. Maybe longer. It shouldn't have mattered, but it did. Proof that people had once passed this way. It steadied me a little. By the time I resumed climbing, clouds had begun gathering from the west. Their edges were dark, heavy with rain. The air changed too, pressure dropping. The faint metallic smell that comes before a storm. I picked up my pace, hoping to reach the ridge before it broke. The first drops came an hour later. By then I'd entered denser growth, where the canopy muffled everything except the steady hiss of rain on leaves. The ground turned slick, my footing uncertain. I slipped twice, once catching myself against a trunk, once hitting my knee on rock hard enough to leave it throbbing. I pushed on, limping slightly. Then the thunder came. Distant at first, then closer, rolling across the valleys. I needed shelter. I scanned the slope for anything. A rock overhang, a fallen trunk, anything that could block the wind. That's when I saw it. At first I thought it was a trick of shadow, a darker shape among dark trees. But as I drew closer, the outline sharpened, a small structure, built of weathered planks and rusted tin. The kind of thing left behind by loggers decades ago. The roof sagged, one wall partly collapsed, but it still stood. I hesitated at the doorless frame. The smell hit me first. Damp wood, mold, and the faint, almost sweet scent of rot. I ducked inside anyway. The interior was one room, maybe 10 feet across. An old stove rusted in one corner. A coil of rope hung from a nail. A few broken boards formed a bench. It wasn't safe, not really, but it was better than standing in open rain. I shrugged off my pack and leaned it against the wall. My clothes were soaked through. I stripped off the jacket and wrung water from the sleeves, then spread it on the bench to dry. Lightning flashed, followed by a crack that shook the tin roof. The whole cabin shuddered. For a moment I thought it might collapse. When the thunder faded, I realized how quiet it was inside. The rain on the roof became a kind of rhythm, steady and dull. I lit my small stove on the floor, careful to shield the flame, and warmed a cup of instant soup. The smell filled the room, comforting despite everything. As I ate, I noticed something carved into the wall opposite me. Letters, faint and uneven, scratched deep into the wood. I knelt closer, running my fingers across the grooves. They spelled a date JLY 1987. Below it, a name half faded by Rod R. Collin, or maybe R. Collin. I wasn't sure. Probably a hunter or logger marking time. But the date hit me oddly. Almost 40 years ago. The idea of someone sitting here during another storm, in the same silence, added a kind of weight to the air. The rain didn't stop. Hours passed that way. Gray light shifting through cracks. The forest beyond reduced to sound alone. At some point I must have drifted off, back against the wall, legs stretched out. When I woke, the light had dimmed to evening. The storm had finally thinned to drizzle. I packed up again, though part of me wanted to stay. The place felt like an island in the middle of nowhere, suspended in time. But I needed to keep moving, if I wanted to reach the road by tomorrow. I left the cabin around 5, tightening my hood against mist. The woods were soaked and steaming, that post-rain scent of earth and cedar rising around me. I followed a faint animal trail downhill until it met another ridge, then began climbing again. The clouds broke enough to reveal streaks of gold between branches. It might clear by morning. By dusk, I'd gone farther than I realized. My GPS tracker showed I'd veered slightly east of my intended route, but still heading roughly toward the road. My knee had stiffened from the earlier fall, and every incline sent pain shooting up my leg. I needed to camp soon. I found a small plateau sheltered by firs and set up the tent quickly. I boiled water for dinner and checked the weather again. Barometer still falling. More rain likely overnight. I secured everything, tightened lines, and crawled inside. That's when I heard it. Not thunder, not rain. A sharp crack echoing from somewhere downslope, like wood snapping under sudden pressure. My first thought was another tree falling, normal enough after storms. But then came another, shorter sound, a second break closer. I turned off my headlamp and listened. The forest beyond my tent breathed steadily. But beneath that rhythm was something else, a distant, rhythmic creak. It rose and fell like the slow swing of a heavy branch in wind. Only there was no wind now. I told myself it was sound of the forest settling after rain. Moisture expanding fibers, trunks flexing. Logical, measurable. But the pattern repeated, slow strained, like the groan of tension easing and tightening again. It reminded me of the log bridge shifting under my weight. That same pitch of stress in the wood. I felt it in my chest before I recognized it with my ears. I lay back and forced myself to breathe evenly. Fatigue eventually won over nerves, though my sleep was light and filled with half-formed sounds. The drip of rain, the imagined echo of cracking timber. When dawn came, mist hugged the ground so thick I could barely see 5 feet from the tent. Everything was wet again. My gear, the ropes, the tent walls, all slick to the touch. I packed up slowly, muscles stiff from cold. My knee had swollen overnight, turning each step into a wince. The forest around me was pale and colorless in the fog. Every trunk seemed doubled, their outlines blurring into one another. My compass needle jittered slightly, though not enough to cause alarm. I told myself it was interference from the metal of my pack buckle. As I descended toward what I hoped was the direction of the road, I kept catching faint echoes of that same sound. The creak, the low groan of wood under load. It came from different directions now, carried oddly through mist. Sometimes ahead, sometimes behind. Always just far enough that I couldn't pinpoint it. It wasn't until late morning, when the fog began to thin, that I saw movement through the trees. A shape hanging in the air, maybe 30 yards ahead. At first it looked like another fallen trunk suspended between banks. Then the mist shifted, and I saw the truth. Another bridge, not the same one I'd crossed. The gorge here was narrower, the drop shallower, but unmistakably similar. A fallen tree laid across, a rope handline frayed to threads. My stomach sank at the sight. The forest had folded me back to where I began, or somewhere almost like it. I checked my tracker, half expecting to see proof of a loop. But the coordinates were different, several miles northeast of the previous crossing. Different, yet the resemblance was uncanny. The same kind of fur, the same slope of earth at either end. I stood there for a long minute, rain dripping from my hood, the river below whispering unseen. Then I stepped closer, testing the edge with my boot. The bark was slick, the same texture beneath my fingers as before. The handline quivered in the breeze. I couldn't tell if I was looking at another fallen bridge, or if the forest was quietly showing me how easily I could make the same mistake twice. I stood at the new gorge for several minutes, staring at the fallen tree stretching across it. The air was colder that morning, thin and clean after the storm, yet my palms were damp. The memory of yesterday's crossing hadn't faded. It lived somewhere in my muscles, a kind of twitching hesitation. I told myself this bridge wasn't the same, that Oregon's forests were full of similar gorges carved by the same river system. Still, the resemblance gnawed at me. The log before me was smaller, maybe 2 feet wide, bark mostly intact. It seemed sturdier in some ways, anchored by its roots on my side and wedged solidly into rocks on the far bank. There was no rope handline here, only the tree itself. The river below was narrower but faster, curling white around stones. I checked the coordinates again. I was still roughly on course. The service road should lie another 1.5 miles north, according to the old topo map. My options were simple: go around or cross here. The detour would add hours, maybe more, depending on how far the gorge stretched upstream. I had 1 full day of food left, and my knee wasn't going to last forever. The smart move would be to turn back, find another descent route. But as I scanned both directions, the gorge walls rose steeper the farther I looked. Every instinct pushed the same answer across now. Carefully, before fatigue made the decision for me, I crouched low, tested the first few feet. The log was damp but solid. I placed my pack across my shoulders, clipped the inReach to my chest strap again, and started forward. Halfway across, the familiar silence returned. No birds, no wind, just the hum of water. I tried to focus on my steps, but something in that silence drew my attention downward. The river shimmered between rocks, yet my reflection wasn't visible, only the pale blur of sky. I adjusted my balance, exhaled, and reached the other side without incident. When my boots hit earth again, I felt relief sharp enough to hurt. I turned once to look back. The log, the gorge, the same empty quiet. Then I pressed on, uphill toward where the map promised a clearing. The forest changed subtly as I climbed. The ground firmed underfoot. Ferns gave way to sparse underbrush. Light filtered in more freely now, warm and gold between tall trunks. The mist lifted. It should have been comforting, but instead it revealed just how isolated I was. No trail markers, no cut stumps, not even boot prints in the soil. Around midday, I reached a rise where the trees thinned, and the slope leveled into a long open stretch of ground. My GPS blinked weakly but still functioned. According to it, I was less than a half mile from the old service road. I could almost smell the promise of asphalt, of civilization. Then I heard the creak again. It came from behind, faint but distinct. The same long, slow bend of wood under tension. I turned, scanning the gorge below. Nothing moved. Only the whisper of wind through branches. I waited, holding still until the sound faded. Maybe it was the fallen log shifting from the morning's moisture. Maybe not. I moved faster after that, pushing my pace despite the pain in my knee. The slope ahead dropped toward a narrow drainage, where the soil darkened and the scent of cedar thickened. That's when I spotted something unnatural. Straight lines among the chaos of forest growth. A post, then another. 2 wooden stakes rising from the ground, connected by a line of rusted wire. Fencing long abandoned. Beyond it, the faint trace of an old roadbed. overgrown with moss and grass but unmistakable in shape. Relief washed through me like heat. I followed the line of the road eastward, boots sinking slightly in the soft ground. It twisted through low trees for several hundred yards before widening again. There, lying crooked in the ditch, was a piece of corrugated metal with faded lettering US FAR STCR VIC RAO 08 4735. I'd found it. The road itself was impassable to vehicles. Washed out, cracked, scattered with fallen branches. But I could follow it on foot. It would eventually connect to Highway 138, maybe 5 or 6 miles away. My pace quickened. Each turn felt lighter, as if the forest had finally loosened its grip. By late afternoon, I stopped to rest near a bend, where the road skirted another shallow ravine. I leaned against a stump, drank the last of my filtered water, and checked my messages on the inReach. No new pings. That was fine. I'd send a check in once I had a clear sky. The air had warmed. Sunlight spread across the canopy in bright, shifting patches. The weight in my chest began to lift. For the first time since the bridge collapse, I let myself believe it was almost over. Then, ahead on the road, I saw something that froze me in place. Footprints. At first, I thought they were mine, same boot tree, same direction. But when I crouched to look closer, I saw they overlapped irregularly. Some pressed deeper, some lighter, and the spacing didn't match my stride. More than one person. I glanced behind me. The road was empty. No motion, no sound but my own pulse. Footprints meant people. Could be hikers, surveyors, hunters. Yet none of the marks looked recent. The edges were softened by moisture, as if days or weeks old. Still, their presence brought a rush of conflicted emotion. Hope and unease in equal measure. I followed them around the bend. The prints led to a clearing where the road widened into a flat expanse of gravel half swallowed by moss. And there, on the far side, stood a vehicle. A pickup truck. Its paint was dull, roof streaked with pine needles. A blue tarp covered part of the bed. I approached cautiously, scanning for signs of life. The air smelled faintly of oil and rain. When I reached the driver's side, I saw the door was open, seat empty. A faded map rested on the dashboard, curling with damp. I called out once, voice breaking the silence. Hello. Only the echo bouncing off trees. I circled to the rear, half expecting someone to appear from the woods. The tarp was secured with bungee cords. I lifted one corner. Inside were empty fuel cans, a rusted axe, and several lengths of rope. Thick climbing rope, coiled neatly. The sight of the rope did something to me. A small, involuntary jolt of memory. The handline from the first bridge, the sound of fibers tightening before the fall. I dropped the tarp and stepped back, heart thudding faster than it should. It was probably nothing. Someone left in a hurry. Maybe went searching for help. But the engine hood was cold. There were no recent tire tracks leading out. The truck had been here for a while. The wind shifted, carrying a faint sound from the forest behind me. Not the creak this time, but a single, hollow thunk, like a branch snapping against something hollow. I spun around, scanning the tree line. Shadows moved, just leaves swaying. But it was enough to remind me how quickly calm can unravel. I decided to keep moving. The road would lead out eventually. I tightened my pack straps and turned north. Dusk arrived fast. The light bled out between trees, replaced by that gray half. Hour where depth perception goes strange. I found another small turnout, where the ground was flat enough to camp. I didn't bother setting the tent. Just unrolled the sleeping bag inside my bevy and kept my boots on. The forest around the road was quieter than before. Even the river sounds had faded. I tried to focus on the stars through gaps in the canopy, small scattered points. For a while I believed I could hear traffic far off, faint hums that might have been wind. It didn't matter. Tomorrow I'd find the highway. Tomorrow it would end. But in the middle of the night, I woke to that sound again. The creak. Slow, deliberate, impossibly close. It came from down the road, the direction I'd come from. Then another, lower, like pressure on wet wood. My pulse spiked. I sat upright, scanning the dark. My headlamp flicked on, beams slicing through fog that had rolled in unseen. Nothing. Just the empty road and the shimmer of moisture in the air. Still, I heard it once more, nearer now. The dragging rasp of something heavy shifting against wood. I told myself it was the wind moving through branches. The same sound as before. A forest echo. My rational mind clung to that. I shut off the light and lay back, eyes open until the gray of dawn filtered in. When I finally stood and shouldered my pack, the silence was perfect again. No trace of sound, no sign of movement. The air smelled of rain, soaked earth and resin. I walked. The road twisted gradually downhill, and after an hour I saw it a glint of guardrail, the pale line of pavement beyond. Highway 138, relief hit like a wave. I almost laughed. When I stepped out of the tree line, the world opened wide. Real light, real distance. Cars moved far off, their sound faint but unmistakable. I reached the shoulder and sat, letting the pack slide off my back. My hands shook slightly as I took out my phone, watching the bars flicker to life. Messages flooded in, missed check-ins, weather alerts. I looked back once at the forest. The gorge, the bridges, the roads swallowed by moss. It all lay somewhere behind that wall of trees, already receding into memory. Later, when I filed my report to the ranger station, they confirmed the details. There used to be a rope bridge along that trail, but it had been condemned and removed years ago after storm damage. No records showed any other crossings nearby. The old logging cabin wasn't on maps either. I didn't argue. Some places keep their own memory, long after people stop naming them. I still hike, though less recklessly now. Every time I cross a narrow log over a stream or small ravine, I pause to test it, to listen. And sometimes, if the woods are quiet enough, I swear I can still hear that faint, distant creak. The sound of the forest shifting its weight, reminding me how close I came to being part of it. My name is Elias Kerr. I am 34 years old, a licensed bush pilot based out of Fairbanks, Alaska. I've flown routes for over a decade, hauling supplies, guiding survey teams, and sometimes just ferrying hunters into the folds of the Alaska Range. I've had my share of bad weather and blind landings, but until this trip, I'd never put a plane down where there wasn't supposed to be a landing strip. The crash happened 3 days ago, or that's what I think. My watch cracked on impact, and the sun doesn't help much. It barely rolls under the horizon before crawling up again, smearing the sky into one long bruise of twilight. I've been writing in this journal because it's what you do. When there's no radio and too much silence, I tell myself the words will keep my head straight. I left Fairbanks at dawn on a charter for a geologist named Lee Harmon. We were headed for a small glacial basin south of Mount Deborah, an isolated stretch of rock, and ice locals call the South Slope. The plan was simple. Drop him and his assistant, wait 2 days at a nearby outcrop, then fly them back before the next storm cycle rolled in. The Cessna 185 was loaded light. Good visibility, and I remember thinking the morning looked calm enough to risk a shortcut over the ridgeline. I don't remember the hit. One moment the prop was smooth. The next there was a sound like a hammer in the engine bay. I saw smoke, the altimeter spinning, the horizon tilting. The crash itself is blank, just static in my skull. When I came to, the plane was nose deep in a slope of talus and snowmelt. Lee was gone. His assistant, Marla, too. The right wing was folded under like paper. The tail split. My shoulder screamed whenever I moved it. I yelled their names until my throat hurt. Nothing answered but the wind. I found the supply crate maybe 10 yards downslope, miraculously intact. Inside were 3 days' rations, a small stove, a tent, a flare gun, and the satellite radio. The radio was crapped through the casing, dead on arrival. I set up the tent near the wreck and took stock. My first night, the temperature dropped below freezing, and I remember thinking how stupid it was to feel grateful for the cold. It meant I wasn't bleeding out somewhere. On the second day, I followed the tracks. 2 sets leading away from the plane toward the basin. They were fresh enough that I could see the pattern of Marla's boots. The trail wove between rocks, crossed a frozen stream, and ended near a rise where the snow had melted away to mud. After that, nothing. No footprints, no drag marks, no sign of struggle. Just empty space, and that low hum of wind through the valley. I went back before dark. I marked the path with strips of orange fabric torn from the tent bag, a habit from search and rescue training years ago. It's supposed to keep you from getting lost. That night, I started hearing something. Not voices exactly, more like a rhythm. A faint tapping. Irregular but insistent, somewhere outside the tent. I told myself it was melting ice or a loose strap slapping against the fabric. I lit the stove, wrote the day's notes, and tried to ignore it. When I woke, the stove fuel was empty, though I was sure I hadn't used the last of it. My boots were lined neatly at the foot of my sleeping bag. I never do that. I decided to move higher up the ridge, where the signal might catch a satellite band. I packed the essentials: the journal, a few protein bars, the flare gun, and my emergency beacon, though the battery was on its last leg. The ridge was about a mile northeast. Climbing it felt like pulling myself through thick syrup, every step grinding my ribs. I reached the top by midday and saw the valley stretch for miles. Untouched white, no smoke, no movement, no color. That's when I noticed the second wreck. Down in the basin below, maybe half a mile south, a glint of metal shone through the snow. Another fuselage, smaller, older. I could make out the tail number, what little was left of it. The paint was weathered, half eaten by frost. I marked its position in my journal. I don't know why I didn't go straight there. Maybe I didn't want to believe it. Instead, I fired the flare. It hung in the sky for maybe 10 seconds before fading into white glare. No echo, no plane, just silence swallowing it whole. That night, I read back over my notes, counting the days. I'd written 3 entries, each dated. But there was a fourth, squeezed between them. In my handwriting, but not mine. Day 2, wind stronger today. Don't leave camp. He's still near the ridge. I stared at the page for a long time. The ink was the same. The pressure of the pen matched mine, even the slant of the... It was impossible. I tore the page out, folded it, and stuffed it in my jacket pocket. I told myself exhaustion makes tricks of memory, that I'd written it half, asleep maybe. Still, when I flipped through the rest of the journal, I saw faint impressions beneath, the next blank pages, like someone had pressed hard with a pen, but hadn't written in ink. The temperature dropped again that night. I couldn't sleep. Every gust against the tent sounded like footsteps crunching snow. Around midnight, I caught movement. A figure standing near the plane wreck, outlined against the pale glow of the horizon. I froze, holding my breath. The figure didn't move. I called out, "Lee," no answer. I blinked, and it was gone. By morning, I found tracks. They circled the tent twice, then veered off toward the ridge. Bare footprints deep in the frost. Too large to be Marla's, too steady for someone barefoot on ice. I didn't follow. My food supply was down to 1 ration bar and some instant coffee grounds. I decided to check the other wreck. If nothing else, there might be supplies, or even a radio that still worked. I packed up what I could carry and left early. The hike south was worse than it looked from the ridge. The basin floor was a patchwork of ice crusts and meltwater pools, and the sun's glare off the snow made everything shimmer. After an hour, I lost sight of my own footprints. They blurred into the reflected light. I started marking rocks with bits of fabric again, but they disappeared behind me, swallowed by distance or glare. The closer I got, the older the wreck looked. Its frame was rusted through, the propeller buried in ice. A Piper Cub, maybe from the 50s. The tail number was nearly unreadable, N6273 something. Inside, the cockpit was crushed, but a few things had survived: a canteen, a frozen pack of jerky, and another journal. It was a weathered notebook, military style, with a name scratched into the inside cover, Care E. My hands went numb before my mind caught up. Care, my name. I checked the handwriting. It wasn't mine, but the cursive had the same slant, the same looping K. The entries were dated decades apart from now, 1954, 1955, and written like field notes. Day 4, sign wind coming down from the ridge. Heard him again last night. Day 6, don't write after sunset. Day 7, don't open the book after it closes itself. I dropped it and stepped back. The air felt thinner. Every instinct screamed to get back to my camp, but I couldn't leave the book behind. I stuffed it into my pack and started retracing my steps. Except there weren't any. The ground behind me was smooth, unbroken snow. Halfway back, I saw movement again near the ridge. Not the same figure. This one crouched low, as if dragging something heavy behind it. I ducked behind a rock and raised the flare gun, my finger shaking on the trigger. The shape stilled, then slowly straightened. Even from that distance, I could tell it was looking right at me. I fired. The flare screamed into the sky, painting the valley blood red. When the light hit the figure, it vanished. No fade, no blur, just gone. The flare hissed down and burned out in the snow. I didn't move for a long time. When I finally got back to camp, the tent had collapsed, the poles snapped. The journal I'd left inside was open, pages fluttering in the wind. New words filled the latest entry in that same knot. Quite my handwriting. Day 5 found the other one, took it back. Don't let it finish writing. That was 2 hours ago. I'm writing this by the wreck now, sitting on the broken wing, my shoulder throbbing. The sun's dipping again, if you can call it that. I keep seeing motion at the edges of the valley, flashes of dark against the snow. I don't know if it's exhaustion or something real. I'll make one last note before I try the flare again. I didn't bring the old journal back here. I left it near the Piper's cockpit, wedged under a metal strut. But when I turned around, I saw the corner of it sticking from my own pack. I zipped the bag and haven't opened it since. Still, I can hear something inside it moving. I haven't slept since I wrote the last line. Every time I close my eyes, I hear paper shifting inside the pack, like pages turning against each other, too slow and deliberate to be wind. The light never really changes out here. It's always this half-day glare, like time stuck at a single angle. I keep trying to judge hours by the fuel in my stove, but even that's unreliable now. I swore the canister was half full last night. This morning it's bone dry. I took the pack out from under the wing at dawn. The old journal was on top again, resting against my food pouch. I didn't unzip anything. It was just there, like it crawled up from the bottom. I carried it 100 yards away and left it under a rock slab, trying not to think about how absurd that was, like hiding from gravity. The air smells different today. Metal and rot. The kind of smell that sits behind your teeth. The wreck's shadow stretches long across the slope, but I can't see the sun behind the clouds. It feels close, though, like the lights pressing in, flattening everything. I need to find higher ground. If I can make it to the next ridge east, I might see a pass or a river valley. Something to follow. My shoulder's worse, and my right boot's cracked through at the toe, but staying here feels worse than walking. Before I left, I flipped open my own journal to record the morning. The last line from yesterday stopped mid-sentence, but now it continues. Same ink, same pen. Don't take him east. I read it 3 times. I didn't write it. The period at the end wasn't mine. The pen I'd left beside the page was capped. I packed fast after that. I didn't take the old notebook or the tent. Just rations, flares, and a knife. I told myself the message was some trick of light, that I must have written it while half asleep. But when I tore out the page to throw it away, another sentence was written beneath it, faint but visible under pressure marks. You already did. I started moving. The ridge rose gradual at first, then steepened into loose shale and ice patches. Every few minutes I had to stop and check my bearings. Though bearings mean nothing without a compass, I kept Mount Deborah's dark shoulder to my left, judging east by instinct and slope. The wind picked up, dragging snow across the ground in long ribbons that looked like smoke. Halfway up, I found another camp. It wasn't mine, though it might have been once. The tarp was half buried, the tent door frozen open. Inside were the remains of a sleeping bag, a rusted stove, and something wrapped in canvas. I thought it was gear until I saw the outline of fingers pressed through the frost. The hand was blackened with cold, but the shape looked wrong. Too long in the knuckles, too narrow in the wrist. The sleeve around it was shredded, but I recognized the material. Same model of down jacket I wore. I didn't stay long. When I reached the ridge crest, the wind nearly took me off my feet. The valley beyond was a mirror of the one I'd left. No trees, no movement. Only a frozen river curling between ridges like a silver thread. My first thought was that I'd looped somehow, circled back despite walking straight. But the slope angles were different. I checked the peaks, same silhouettes. Somehow, I'd crossed distance without direction. I sat there until the cold bled through my clothes. The wind carried a sound then, high and distant, like a human shout drawn out too long. I almost answered before realizing it wasn't a word, just tone. A call that rose and fell with perfect rhythm, again and again, until it faded into the wind's own howl. I turned back toward camp. I shouldn't have, but the feeling of being watched was unbearable. like every motion had an echo waiting just behind it. The slope down looked softer, easier to descend. I slid half of it, digging my heels in, until I hit a patch of packed snow and fell hard. When I stood, my pack was open. The zipper had burst, scattering everything. My journal landed face down in the snow, pages stiff with frost. I picked it up and wiped it off. The ink had bled through several pages, but the words were still legible. Except the newest ones. They weren't mine. Day 7 Elias took the wrong slope. He shouldn't have looked back. Keep him moving. The handwriting was identical. My handwriting. But I hadn't written in 2 days, not since the entry that warned me not to take the old journal east. I flipped the page. New words appeared as I stared. The lines ghosted into view like breath on glass. He's still writing. I threw the book. It slid across the snow and stopped at my boots. A single drop of water landed on the open page, smearing the line. I looked up. No clouds overhead. That's when I saw the second flare trail. Far to the south, a red arc cut across the sky, dissolving into gray. Someone else. It had to be. I grabbed my things and started toward it. It's strange how quickly purpose returns when you have a direction. The cold didn't bite as much. The slope leveled, and for a while the landscape felt almost kind. I found old snowshoe tracks, maybe a week old, running parallel to where I walked. The wind had preserved them like fossil imprints. I followed them until they ended at a stand of stunted spruce, the first trees I'd seen in days. Beneath them was a half-buried plain wing. It wasn't mine. The fabric was yellowed, the rivets loose. I brushed snow away from the serial number, 6273, the same tail number as the Piper, the same as before, except it wasn't the same wreck. This one had no cockpit, no fuselage, just the wing, like it had been torn off and dropped miles from where it belonged. I backed away. My pulse pounded in my ears, and every shadow between the trees seemed to flex. The air thickened, filled with that metallic tang again. Something moved behind the trees. A ripple, not a form. A shift in light that didn't follow wind. I ran. When I finally stopped, the slope below me was littered with debris. Not natural. Metal shards, wood splinters, fragments of fuselages from decades past. Some with paint faded to bone white, some still gleaming faintly under ice. I saw old propellers half swallowed by snow, twisted engine blocks, cracked radios, and journals, dozens of them, scattered like leaves, open to half-filled pages, all weatherproof bindings, all bearing the same initials on their covers, EK. I picked one at random. The handwriting was neat, older, from a fountain pen maybe. Day 90. Don't read the others. They write back. I dropped it. My mind felt like it was folding in on itself. Layers of memory and disbelief pressing tight. I tried to convince myself I was hallucinating from hunger or shock, but I could feel the paper against my skin when I brushed past the pile. Each notebook carried a faint warmth, like they'd been recently held. The wind shifted again. The pages rustled in unison. Not random, synchronized, a slow ripple that traveled through them like a heartbeat. The sound grew, paper grinding on paper, until it almost formed a whisper. I turned and ran until the ground vanished beneath me. I must have slipped over a drop, maybe 20 feet. I landed in a snow pit, half buried. The fall knocked the breath out of me. When I sat up, I saw the ridgeline above, jagged against the white glare. Something moved along it. Slow, deliberate, following the path I'd just taken. Too far to see details, but I knew the shape. It was me. Same gait, same jacket, same torn boot. The figure paused at the edge and looked down. Then it raised its hand. I couldn't tell if it was waving or pointing. I blacked out. When I came to, it was dark, or darker than before. My pack was beside me again. The journal lay open on my chest, pen in hand. A new entry was written across 2 pages. Day 8, he fell. Found him below the ridge. We're almost done writing. The ink was wet. I'm writing this now because I need to believe I still control what ends up on these pages. The words feel heavier than before, like the pen's resisting me, dragging against the paper. I keep thinking about what that old entry said. Don't open the book after it closes itself. It was closed when I woke. I can't remember closing it. There's light again, pale blue, like dawn behind ice. I'm going to follow it. If it's real, it might lead to the pass, maybe to rescue. If it isn't, I'll know soon enough. The journal keeps writing, but maybe if I stop, so will it. If anyone finds this, and if it's still my handwriting, check the last line. If it says you're still here, don't finish the sentence. I've stopped trying to count the days. The journal insists it's day 9, but I can't tell if that's forward or backward. Every time I blink, the light changes. The slope ahead brightens, then darkens again, as if the sun is stuttering. I followed the pale glow for what felt like hours. It led me along a narrow ravine cut through the snow, lined with frozen willows. The air inside was still, muffled. My breath fogged around me in slow, heavy clouds. At some point I realized I couldn't hear the wind anymore. The glow came from a reflection, not a source. When I turned the corner, I found water. A thawed pool at the base of an ice wall, black and smooth as glass. The light was bouncing off it, magnified by the snow around it. I crouched and looked down. My reflection stared back, but the mouth was moving. The first sound was my own voice, soft and slurred through the cold. "You shouldn't have written it down," it said. I dropped to my knees. The voice stopped. My reflection didn't blink. The surface of the water rippled slightly, though there was no wind. I told myself it was a trick of exhaustion, echoing thoughts mixed with my breath. Still, I spoke to it. "Who are you?" The mouth didn't match the words. It smiled instead. A slow, crooked bend that didn't fit my face. Then the water darkened, as if something beneath the surface had stirred. I stepped back and slipped on the ice, my boot cracking through a thin layer. The noise echoed, too sharp, like it had bounced off walls farther away than they should have been. When I stood again, the pool was gone. Only frozen ground. I turned north toward what I thought was downhill. The landscape looked the same in every direction, except now my tracks didn't stay. I looked back after every dozen steps, and each time the snow was smooth again. Around midday, if that word even means anything here, I saw the wreck again. Not mine, not the Piper, but another. The frame was shattered, half sunk into ice, no wings left. What caught my eye was the journal lying open on the seat. The pages fluttered as if breathing. I approached, though part of me knew I shouldn't. The entries were written in short, clipped sentences, dated like logs day Tundrana. We followed him from the ridge. Day 11, he doesn't know which one he is. Day 24, the writing keeps us alive. The name at the top was mine. Full name, Elias Kerr. The pen still rested in the binding. I took it and flipped the last page. The words shifted even as I looked. Day 30, he's coming back down. Something moved behind me. I spun around, a flare gun raised, though I knew it was useless. The air behind the wreck shimmered, distorting like heat. Then a figure stepped through it. He was dressed like me. Same jacket, same boots, same torn sleeve. His face was pale, features blurred by frost. He stopped about 10 feet away. "Where are the others?" I asked. He tilted his head. "They're written." My pulse thudded. "What do you mean?" He pointed to the journal. "You keep making them. Every time you start again." I shook my head. "I crashed once." He smiled. "That's what you always say." The wind rose suddenly, loud enough to drown thought. Snow whipped between us, and when I blinked, he was gone. Only the footprints remained, leading away into the glare. Bare footprints, dark with melted frost. I picked up the journal and followed. The trail wound down into a hollow between ridges. The air there was strangely warm, almost humid. Steam rose from cracks in the snow, carrying that same metallic scent I'd noticed before. The tracks ended at a ring of stones blackened with soot, an old fire pit, long cold. Beside it lay a pile of notebooks, some burned halfway through, others untouched. They all had my initials. I recognized the top one. It was the old military journal I'd found in the Piper. I hadn't carried it since leaving the wreck, but there it was, the leather binding scarred and warped. I opened it to the last page. Day 14 ain't stopped writing. I looked around. The world seemed smaller now, the mountains closer, as if leaning in to watch. The wind carried whispers that might have been language, though every syllable sounded like paper tearing. I tried to speak, to call out, but my voice came out as a dry rasp. I burned one of the notebooks. It flared up instantly, bright and blue. The flame didn't spread, just hovered around the paper, like it was feeding on the words themselves. The pages crumbled to ash that didn't fall, just hung in the air. The sound of movement came from behind the fire pit. I turned, expecting the reflection, man again, but what I saw was worse. Two figures, crouched low, moving in perfect sync. They had my frame, my posture, even the way I held my shoulder tight from pain. Their faces were blank, smooth like ice masks. They crawled around the pit in opposite directions until they faced me from both sides. Then one of them spoke in my voice, calm and even. "You burned it." I backed away. The other one spoke too, same tone, overlapping. "You can't end what's written." I raised the flare gun and fired between them. The red light filled the hollow, scattering shadows. When it faded, the figures were gone. The notebooks were gone too. Only my own lay at my feet, open to a fresh page. The pen was already moving. Day 15D, he burned the wrong one. I dropped it and started to run. My legs felt heavy, like the air had thickened around me. The slope tilted down into a narrow corridor of snowdrifts, and at the end of it I saw something glint. A reflection of metal. The Cessna. My original crash site. For a heartbeat, relief flooded me. I thought maybe I'd loop back to the start, that I could mark the wreck, leave another signal. But as I got closer, details led through that didn't fit. The tail was gone. The fuselage had collapsed inward, as though crushed from above. And there was someone sitting on the wing, hunched over a notebook. It was me again. Or one of them. He looked up when I approached, eyes pale gray, skin drawn tight. "You came back," he said quietly. I couldn't answer. My throat felt raw. He held up the notebook. "It keeps going until he stopped reading." Then he stood and walked toward me. As he passed, the air shimmered, and I saw through him, just light shape and a shadow of breath. The notebook slipped from his hand and landed at my feet. Inside were the same words I'd written days ago, the same beginning. The crash, the search, the missing passengers. The same details down to the line about the cracked watch. Only the ending was new. Day 16, he finished the sentence. The wind roared again. The snow rose around me in spirals, blotting out everything. I tried to close the notebook, but the pages kept flipping themselves. Faster and faster, ink bleeding across them like veins. I threw it into the snow, but the words burned through white into black. Lines carving themselves onto the ground. My shadow stretched across them, splitting, branching. I saw more figures forming in the mist. Dozens this time, each carrying a journal, each moving in slow, precise rhythm. Every step they took left writing in the snow behind them. I stumbled back to the wreck, searching for the radio, the beacon, anything. The cockpit was empty. Only my reflection stared back from the glass, smiling again. I raised my arm to break it, but it didn't move. The reflection stayed still, watching. Then it spoke, voice soft, almost kind. "You never crashed." I froze. "You never left the slope," it said. "You just started writing." The light outside pulsed, a heartbeat in the snow. My reflection reached toward the glass, palm first. I felt warmth bloom in my own hand, the pen pressing between my fingers. When I looked down, the journal was open again, blank except for the first line. My name is Elias Kerr. I am 34 years old, a licensed bush pilot based out of Fairbanks, Alaska. The same words. Perfect. Waiting to be written again. I should stop. I should. But the pen's already moving. The words are smooth this time, flowing like they remember themselves. If anyone finds this, you'll see the loops, the corrections, the same rhythm over and over. You'll think it's just my panic talking, or the frost setting in. But read closer. The handwriting changes halfway through. It always does. When you reach the part where I write about the reflection, don't look up. Because if you do, if you see what's standing behind you, you'll have to start writing too. My name is Quinn Hart, age 34, and I've been running long, distance trails for over a decade. It's the one thing that still quiets my head. The rhythm of breath and motion, the solitude of the backcountry. I'd come to western Montana that June to test myself on a new endurance event, a 50-mile backcountry loop through the Bitterroot Mountains. The route wasn't official yet, just a pilot run for experienced ultra-marathoners. There were 6 of us invited, and the organizers called it the Long Loop. It was supposed to be grueling but navigable, marked by bright orange ribbons and small wooden stakes driven into the earth at regular intervals. The idea was simple: follow the markers, keep to the loop, and return to the trailhead before nightfall. We started before sunrise from a clearing near Blodgett Canyon. The air was sharp with pine and the kind of stillness that only exists before the day wakes. My pack was light, just water, electrolytes, a small GPS tracker, and a printed map with checkpoints. The course traced a rough ring through mixed conifer forest, over ridgelines and through meadow basins, looping back to the same starting point. I'd done dozens of these runs before. The terrain didn't scare me. Getting lost wasn't supposed to be possible. The route was clearly flagged. The first stretch was steady incline, dirt packed with pine needles, birds flickering through shafts of early light. I fell into rhythm quickly, letting the small group fan out. We weren't racing each other, just pacing to finish before dark. Around mile 8, I caught up to one of the other runners, a tall guy named Reese who had worked as a wildland firefighter. He grinned as I passed him. Beautiful country, huh? He said. I nodded. The peaks ahead were still capped with snow, and meltwater crossed the trail in small, cold rivulets. It felt alive, unspoiled. That kind of setting makes you believe you're safe, even when you know better. By mid-morning, the group had stretched thin. I saw no one behind or ahead for nearly an hour. My watch buzzed at 15 miles. I stopped briefly at a stream, filtered water, and checked my paper map. The first checkpoint, an old ranger cabin, was about 2 miles further up. The markers were easy to spot. Bright orange tape tied to branches, sometimes fluttering in the breeze. A few were tacked to wooden stakes hammered into the dirt. The organizers had done a thorough job. I remember thinking how careful they'd been about redundancy. Double markers at junctions. Reflective strips for visibility. That made what happened later harder to explain, even within the realm of pure logic. I reached the cabin a little after noon. It was weathered but solid, a remnant from the 1930s with a stone chimney and rusted hinges. Inside, a small table held a logbook where each runner signed in to confirm their arrival. I was third to sign. 2 names were above mine, Reese and a woman named Tara. I jotted the time 20:14 p.m. and stepped back into sunlight. There was a sign nailed to a tree beside the cabin. Checkpoint 120 miles remaining. I remember feeling strong then, confident. The next leg cut down toward the valley before climbing again along the ridge. The descent was steep, switchbacked, with scree that shifted under each step. The trees thinned for a while, giving way to open rock slopes with wide views of the valley. My phone had no signal, but the GPS tracker blinked steadily on my shoulder strap. I was making good time. The air felt drier, hotter. When I reached the bottom, I paused for a quick snack and stretched my calves before starting the long climb toward the northern loop. That was where the first doubt crept in. Quiet at first, almost imperceptible. It started with a missing marker. At a junction of 2 narrow paths, there should have been tape or a stake. The trail split left and right, both equally worn. I stopped, checked my map again, and chose left, reasoning that it followed the terrain closer to the planned course. After half a mile, I spotted a fresh orange ribbon and relaxed. No big deal. A gust of wind must have torn one loose earlier. Still, the uncertainty lingered, the kind that makes you second guess even correct choices. The trail narrowed to single track along a ridge spine. Dust hung in the air behind me. I could see for miles, rolling forest, bright alpine meadows, and beyond them the sharp silver tips of the Bitterroots. I remember feeling lucky to be there, to witness something that pure. Then I noticed the marker again, hanging from a branch ahead. I passed it, then saw another a few minutes later, same distance apart as before. And then, strangely, another nailed to a tree that looked almost identical to the last one. My mind brushed it off. Maybe they'd doubled up the signs for visibility. I pressed on, running steady for another 20 minutes. When the next marker appeared, something about it froze me mid-stride. It wasn't new. It was frayed, sun-faded, the edges torn. The knot tying it to the branch was weathered gray. I crouched to look closer. The last few markers had been crisp and bright, newly tied. This one looked old, like it had hung there a year. I scanned around. No second marker. No stake. My GPS still read I was on course, give or take a few meters, so I shrugged it off and continued. But soon, the spacing between ribbons grew irregular. First 50 yards, then 200, then none for half a mile. The silence of the forest thickened. It was early afternoon, yet the light already felt different. Flat, cloud muted. By the time I reached what I thought was mile 30, I hadn't seen another person since the cabin. My legs were tiring. I took a break under a stand of fir trees, ate an energy bar, and decided to check my tracker more carefully. The map showed my position, but something was off. The breadcrumb trail behind me curved strangely, looping back toward itself. I assumed it was a GPS glitch that happens in deep woods. Still, I zoomed out on the screen, trying to see the full loop. The blue line representing my route was tangled, curling into itself like a knot. I frowned, reset the device, and started moving again. 15 minutes later, I spotted a wooden stake in the dirt, just off the trail. My first feeling was relief, proof I was back on course. The orange paint was chipped, the number 27 scrawled in black marker. That was consistent with the mileage I expected. But as I crouched to examine it, I noticed something I couldn't ignore. There was a faint indentation in the dirt beside it, roughly boot-shaped, same tread as mine. I brushed the soil with my hand and saw the pattern clearly: Ultra Lone Peak, size 10. My exact shoe. I told myself it meant nothing. Plenty of runners wore that model. But the depth of the print and its freshness made my stomach tighten. Someone had stepped here less than an hour ago. Maybe me. Maybe not. I pressed on faster now, breathing harder. The trail wound uphill through dense undergrowth, the kind where branches scrape your legs and visibility drops to a few yards. At one bend, I caught sight of another marker, and my relief turned quickly to dread. It was nailed to a tree, but on the opposite side, facing the direction I'd just come from. The tape fluttered outward, as if meant to guide someone behind me. I stood there for a long moment, trying to make sense of it. Maybe the loop crossed itself somewhere. Maybe I joined it from the wrong angle after a shortcut. Logic kept trying to plug the hole, but something simpler gnawed underneath. I shouldn't be seeing markers in reverse. I took a cautious step back and looked around. The forest was unnervingly still. Even the wind had gone quiet. A ridge rose to my right. I decided to climb for a better vantage. The slope was steep, but within a few minutes I broke through the tree line. From the top, I expected to see the valley below, the familiar landmarks on my map. Instead, it was just endless green rolling into haze. No roads, no glint of water, no sign of the trailhead clearing. I turned a slow circle, scanning for smoke or movement. Nothing. When I looked back down the slope, the path I'd climbed seemed to fade among the shadows. By late afternoon, my watch showed 5:30. I should have been within a few miles of the finish. But the terrain didn't match the contour lines anymore. I tried the radio attached to my vest, calling the organizer's frequency. Only static. My GPS flickered and froze, screen white for a second before rebooting. I tried again. The breadcrumb line reset entirely, leaving just a single dot, my current position, with no past trail behind it. The battery indicator dropped suddenly to half. I swore under my breath and kept moving. Panic, I knew, was the enemy of survival. Keep a steady pace, find elevation, locate the sun. Basic principles. The sun had already slipped behind the peaks, flattening the light to dull gold. I decided to stop and bevy, rather than risk descending blind. My emergency kit was small, but enough: a Mylar blanket, water, a few calories. I found a clearing between two boulders, scraped a level spot, and sat down to stretch my legs. The silence pressed close, like something listening. I drank the last of my filtered water, and watched the light drain out of the forest. I told myself that once morning came, I'd reorient easily. Trails look different at dusk. Markers can blend with shadow. Everything would make sense again with daylight. Still, as darkness folded in, and the first cold breeze whispered through the trees, I couldn't shake the thought that had taken root since midday. Somehow, without realizing it, I'd already passed this way before. I didn't sleep much. Every sound sharpened in the dark. The slow creak of branches, the soft scatter of loose rock, wind moving through the canopy like breath. I lay wrapped in the mylar blanket, listening. Once or twice, I thought I heard footfalls. Steady, human rhythm. But they never got close. The rational part of me said it was branches dropping, an animal nosing through the brush. Still, I kept one hand on my headlamp, ready to flick it on if I needed to. Sometime around 2 in the morning, the wind died entirely. The quiet became total, the kind that hums in your teeth. I gave up on rest and checked my GPS again. The screen was black, battery drained overnight. My watch, at least, still worked. I waited until the faintest gray showed on the horizon before packing up. The temperature had dropped into the 40s. Dew clung to the straps of my pack. My legs felt heavy, stiff, but I told myself it was fine. Once the sun hit, everything would look different. When daylight finally broke, I climbed the ridge again, determined to get my bearings. From the top, I saw the valley spread out below, thick with mist. The problem was, I didn't recognize any of it. The ridges folded into each other like waves, and the valleys looked nearly identical, each filled with forest and faint silver watercourses. I couldn't even tell which direction I'd come from. My compass needle swung lazily, then steadied north, which at least gave me something. Theoretically, following it, downhill should have led me toward the canyon trailhead, or at least a logging road. I adjusted my pack straps and started moving north. The first few hours were manageable. I stayed calm, careful. I marked my path every few hundred feet with small rock piles, a habit from my early hiking days. The sun climbed fast, burning off the mist. By late morning, I descended into a stretch of valley, where the forest floor turned spongy, full of decayed pine needles and hidden roots. It was slow going, but I made steady progress. The air smelled of damp moss and sap. Then, as I rounded a curve in the trail, I froze. There was an orange ribbon tied to a branch ahead. It fluttered weakly in the breeze, same color, same knot. My brain refused it at first. There was no reason for a marker to be here. I'd left the loop hours ago. I walked up slowly, heart hammering, and examined it. The tape was clean, fresh, like it had been tied recently. The branch itself was broken where someone had tugged it. My throat went dry. I told myself, maybe this was another section of the course, some cross path connecting back to the main loop. But the odds of that, in a wilderness this size, felt microscopic. I moved past it and found another marker 20 yards ahead. Then another. My pace quickened, somewhere between relief and fear. Relief that I wasn't as lost as I thought. Fear that the route might lead me right back to where I'd started. Around noon, I reached a small clearing with a familiar split in the trail. Two paths diverged left and right. My chest tightened. I knew this place. The downed log on the left, the wedge-shaped boulder. It was where I'd gotten confused yesterday morning. I stood there a long while, the kind of stillness that feels like disbelief. The forest around me hadn't changed, but the air carried a faint sense of déjà vu, like a picture slightly out of focus. I forced myself to think rationally. If I'd looped back, I could follow the same path to the cabin checkpoint again. It wasn't ideal, but at least it was a landmark. A fixed point in all this repetition. I turned toward the direction I believed led there and started running. Slower now, cautious. My energy was low. I rationed my remaining water. Hours passed. The terrain didn't line up with my memory anymore. The inclines were steeper, the soil darker. A few times I thought I spotted the shape of the cabin through the trees, only to realize it was just another trick of distance. My calves burned. Around 3 in the afternoon, clouds began stacking in the west. Storm weather. I needed shelter before night. I kept to the ridge, scanning for a sign of any man-made structure. Then I saw something through the trees, straight edges, the shape of a wall. Relief surged through me as I broke into a jog, pushing branches aside. But when I reached it, my steps slowed again. It wasn't the ranger cabin. It was a newer shelter, a small plywood lean-to, probably built by hunters. Inside, there was a metal cot, a cold fire ring, and a few empty cans. I checked the floor for footprints. Fresh ones, faint but clear. 2 sets, one narrow, one larger, maybe a week old. I wasn't alone in these woods after all, though whoever had been here seemed long gone. I sat on the cot and let the quiet settle around me. By evening, the storm rolled in. Rain came in waves, tapping the roof hard. I pulled my jacket tighter and sat watching. Water run down the dirt outside. Lightning flashed once, far off, illuminating the forest in stark white. My phone battery was gone, but I still had my watch for time. 7:46 p.m. I ate the last of my bars. Half a liter of water left. It wasn't enough for another day, but it would hold me through the night. Tomorrow, I'd follow the valley down until I found the creek system that led east toward Blodgett Canyon. It was simple math. Waterways lead to roads. Roads lead to people. Sometime near midnight, thunder rattled the lean, to hard enough to shake dust from the rafters. I was half asleep when I heard it. A faint metallic clink, like a piece of gear brushing against another. My eyes snapped open. I waited, breath shallow. The sound came again, closer, followed by the low crunch of wet ground under weight. My headlamp was within reach, but I didn't turn it on. I just sat still, counting seconds between noises. Whoever, or whatever, was moving out there wasn't rushing. It was a slow, deliberate pattern, circling maybe 30 feet away. A branch cracked. My pulse pounded so loud I thought it would give me away. After several minutes, the sound faded into the rain. I sat unmoving until my muscles cramped. When I finally dared to peek outside, the forest was empty. No shapes, no lights. The rain had stopped. I stepped out just enough to scan the clearing with the weak beam of my headlamp. The mud showed faint impressions. Boot prints, small, narrow treads. Not animal. My stomach dropped. I backed inside and sat until dawn without closing my eyes again. Morning came gray, the air smelling of wet pine and ozone. I checked the prints again in daylight. They led away north, the direction I'd planned to take anyway. That somehow made it worse. I couldn't tell if whoever it was had come from the same loop, or if they'd been watching from elsewhere. Either way, they were gone now, and I didn't have time to waste wondering. I packed up and followed the valley north, staying alert. The mud sucked at my shoes. Each step squelched. Around 10, I heard the faint rush of water, a stream. Relief surged again. Streams meant orientation. I knelt to refill my bottle, then traced the flow downstream, reasoning it would eventually meet a main creek that led to civilization. For hours, I followed its twisting path through dense undergrowth. At one point, the trees opened into a small meadow, where the grass stood waist high. I waded through, soaked to the knees, and when I reached the other side, I froze mid-step. Ahead of me, tied to a low branch, was another orange ribbon. This one was older, edges curled, partly torn, but unmistakable. It hung limply, its color dulled by rain. I walked toward it in disbelief, reached out, and felt the brittle plastic crack between my fingers. My mind ran through possibilities. Maybe the organizers had used the same trails repeatedly for other runs, leaving markers behind. Maybe this was coincidence. But the logical part of me, the one that navigated hundreds of miles of wilderness, felt the truth settle like a stone. I wasn't moving away from the loop anymore. I was sinking deeper into it. My legs were trembling, part exhaustion, part adrenaline. I needed a fixed reference, something man-made, undeniable. I forced myself onward, following the faint track. Around 5 that afternoon, I came to another clearing, larger this time, with a scatter of rocks arranged deliberately. 3 stacked in a row, then 2 offset. I recognized the pattern immediately. They were my own cairns, the ones I'd made yesterday morning to mark my path. I stared at them for a long time, unable to move. Every runner learns that the mind can play tricks when fatigue sets in. You misjudge distance, blur timelines, convince yourself of patterns that aren't there. That's what I kept telling myself as I stood there, staring at the small pile of stones I'd built with my own hands in another part of the forest. I kicked them over, hard, scattering the rocks. Dust rose in the still air. Then I turned and started running again. Not a steady pace this time, but a desperate, uneven push, as if I could outpace the geometry closing in around me. By dusk, my lungs burned. I stopped near a fallen log, bent over, gasping. The woods were quiet again, unnaturally so. I looked up, trying to gauge direction, and my eyes caught a flash of color through the trees. Bright orange mid-height, fluttering slightly. I almost laughed then, a dry, cracked sound. Another marker, the same as before, the same as always. I walked toward it slowly, something hollow settling in my chest. When I reached it, I saw my own handwriting scrawled faintly on the back of the tape in permanent marker. My initials, QH, from when I'd tied the very first one at the start of the loop to test visibility. It took me a full minute to breathe again. I don't remember sitting down. 1 second I was staring at that ribbon, my initials half blurred by rain, and the next I was on the ground, knees in the mud, head between my arms. Every nerve felt frayed. There wasn't even fear left, just a dull, animal exhaustion. I don't know how long I sat like that before instinct kicked back in. The same survival reflex that had kept me running all those years. Move. Do something. Don't think too long. I tore the marker down, stuffed it into my pack, and forced myself north again. The terrain sloped gently upward, the kind of grade that looks harmless but eats your legs after a mile. I followed the faint stream until it split, then chose the left branch, reasoning it must flow from higher elevation. That's where roads usually cut through. Logging access points or ridgeline crossings. My logic was thin, but logic was all I had left. By midday, the air had gone still and heavy, the forest drenched in silence again. My watch said 12:43 p.m. The math was simple: daylight left, maybe 8 hours. Distance to any known trailhead completely unknown. Water low. Food gone. If I didn't make progress by nightfall, I'd have to risk hiking through the dark. I tightened my straps and kept climbing. Around 2, I stumbled onto something unexpected. A cut in the forest, narrow but deliberate. 2 parallel lines of disturbed soil, faint tire ruts. For a long moment I just stared at them, half sure my eyes were inventing hope. But no, this was a road. Old maybe, but man-made. Relief came in a rush that almost dropped me to my knees. I followed it uphill, half jogging despite the fatigue. The road twisted sharply and rose toward a saddle between 2 peaks. I imagined a ranger truck cresting over, a trailhead sign, anything. But when I reached the top, there was only emptiness. The road ended in a sheer overlook. A bluff dropping hundreds of feet to a sea of trees. I laughed, a single sound that startled even me. Not because it was funny, but because it was absurd. The ruts stopped dead at the cliff edge. No continuation, no spur, no sign of construction. Just a wall of green stretching out forever. I backed away slowly and sat on a boulder. Wind rose from the valley, cool against my face. Somewhere below, a hawk cried. I pulled the orange ribbon from my pack and looked at it again. The plastic had stiffened from the cold. I turned it over in my hand like it might offer some hint, some proof of meaning. It didn't. I decided to drop straight down from the bluff, following gravity. If I could reach the valley floor before dark, I might intersect another stream or game trail. My quads burned from the descent. Rocks clattered ahead of me and vanished into the underbrush. I slipped twice, catching myself on branches. Halfway down, I paused to check my compass. North was still north, but the orientation felt wrong somehow, like the shadows fell in places they shouldn't. I kept going anyway. Thinking too much out here was dangerous. At the base of the slope, I found the creek again. Same width, same rhythm. But I couldn't tell if it was the same water I'd followed earlier or another entirely. I knelt, filled my bottle, and forced myself to drink. My reflection in the water looked foreign. Salt-streaked face, cracked lips, eyes too bright. I told myself I'd make camp once I hit the next clearing. I couldn't keep chasing straight lines in a place that refused to have any. The clearing appeared near dusk, a small flat of pine duff bordered by stones. I dropped my pack, too tired to think, and began clearing debris for a fire. I'd been reluctant to light one before, worried about visibility, but that fear felt ridiculous now. If someone saw smoke, good. If not, at least I'd have heat. I gathered deadfall, stripped bark, sparked my lighter. The flame caught on the second try, blue and thin at first, then steady. The light pushed the darkness back just enough to make the silence bearable. I sat by the fire, watching sparks lift into the canopy. My thoughts wandered to the start of the run. The laughter at the trailhead, the smell of sunscreen and instant coffee. Reese joking about getting eaten by Montana. I wondered if any of them made it back. Maybe they had, and I was the only one who drifted off course. Maybe they'd already reported me missing. The idea should have comforted me. It didn't. Out here, I felt like the world had narrowed to this one patch of ground, this one breath by breath existence. At some point, I dozed sitting up. When I woke, the fire had burned to embers and the sky had gone dark. My watch read 11:09 p.m. I fed in a few small sticks, just enough to glow, and lay back staring through the branches. That's when I noticed it. The faint pulse of orange light higher on the ridge. Too rhythmic to be lightning, too steady for fireflies. A campfire, maybe. My heart kicked hard. I sat up, blinked to clear the blur, but the light stayed, Someone else was out here. I debated the risk. Moving at night was dangerous, but staying put when rescue could be within reach felt worse. I packed quickly, stamping the embers flat. The climb back up was brutal, each step sinking into loose soil. The light winked in and out behind trees as I moved, but I kept my focus on it, using it like a beacon. It took nearly an hour to crest the ridge. When I reached the top, panting, I looked for the glow again. Nothing. The hillside was empty. No fire. No scent of smoke, just cold wind and the faint rustle of needles. I turned in a slow circle, headlamp sweeping across the ground. My beam caught something pale hanging from a branch a few yards away. I approached, dread pooling deep in my gut. It was another ribbon. Orange. Bright clean. And beneath it, wedged into the bark, was a small wooden stake painted with black marker 27. The same number as before. I stood there until my legs started to shake. There were explanations, of course. Maybe I'd circled without realizing. Maybe the entire forest was full of overlapping course markings. But deep down, something more basic pressed at the edges of reason. I'd spent 2 days moving in straight lines, and somehow, impossibly, I kept coming back to this same mile of ground. I didn't bother making camp again. I walked through the night, tracing the slope downward, guided only by the faint outline of trees against the starlit sky. Around dawn, I heard rushing water. Louder this time, a full creek or river. I followed the sound until I broke through the brush and saw it below me, a broad, cold stream wending through a canyon, gray mist rising off its surface. It was the first beautiful thing I'd seen in 2 days. Civilization followed water. It had to. I made my way along the bank, scanning for signs of human passage. Boot prints, tire ruts, anything. After half an hour, I spotted something ahead. A downed log crossing the creek, stripped of bark, almost perfectly straight. Relief swelled again. Someone had built this, or at least used it. I stepped onto it carefully, arms out for balance, and began to cross. The current below was strong, but shallow enough to see stones flashing beneath. I was halfway across when my eye caught movement on the opposite bank. Something bright against the green. At first, I thought it was a tent. Then I saw it clearly. An orange ribbon, tied low to a branch, fluttering in the morning wind. I stopped cold, the log trembling faintly beneath my weight. The water's noise filled the silence in my head. There was no reason for a course marker to be here, not across a creek this wide. I scanned the bank for others, and sure enough, another flash of color appeared 10 yards downstream. Then another. My chest tightened until it hurt. Every instinct screamed to turn back, but my legs moved forward anyway, one careful step at a time, until I reached the opposite side. The ground was soft, damp, freshly disturbed. A line of prints led away through the brush, boot prints. Same tread pattern as mine. I followed them. They curved gently uphill, through undergrowth, back into familiar forest. My pace slowed, dread crystallizing into certainty long before the view opened. When it did, I almost smiled, because of course it ended this way. The clearing. My fire ring, cold. The scattered stones from where I'd slept. My own footprints, layered over and over until the earth had no shape left. I sat down on the same log, where I'd rested the night before. The morning sun filtered weakly through the pines, painting everything gold. My watch blinked low battery, then died. I took out the last ribbon from my pack, the one with my initials, and tied it to the nearest branch. It caught the light and flickered, the only movement in the still air. Somewhere beyond the trees, a woodpecker tapped. The sound echoed once, twice, then was gone. I listened for the next, but nothing came. I stood, turned slowly in a full circle, and started walking. Any direction. Every direction. The forest accepted me back without hesitation. And that's where the loop closed.